let's play chess. And when I'm out, I'm looking for that vintage fling. But all complexions that I adore, so hard to find, these seem impossible to score. So I dream on to someday find that vintage love. I kept on looking, but everyone's such a bore. And out of a sudden, you came through the door.
Hello and welcome to Roll For It.
Why, hello everyone. Welcome back to Mage. Also deafening people. Sorry about that. Right, okay, welcome back to Mage. Good morning, Paradox. I believe, as we left last episode on a bit of a cliffhanger. Yeah. So, we're going to do some shilling and some spieling, and we'll do some announcements, and then we'll get into the show. Thank you, everyone, for coming along today. Feels like we only just woke up again. Okay, so that doesn't give me a very flat look there. Yeah.
I'm just chilling up in the north doing my own thing. Everyone else is blowing up from Paradox. I'm going about my business.
That is true.
Yeah,
We now have a nice, like, little map token thing.
I will have you know I'm the only one blowing up from Paradox. Thank you very much.
That's
Yeah.
Yet.
I mean, yeah, there's
You're
a
in
good chance I
moving
could join
car,
you.
Destination more Paradox.
I don't want to. This whole week, I've been sitting around going, I'm going to explode today. And it's like I've been grieving the loss of Dr. Thresher and
Yeah.
employing my own tools, the toolkit that she would employ.
I've been coming up with a backup character. His name is Frederick, and he's not a mage at all. It's gonna be great.
You actually just play the same role every episode to the point where we actually just record you once and then we just play the same loop every...
Damn it! Don't reveal our secrets.
Okay,
Eve.
I'm sorry. Damn it, I forgot about the NDA. Right, okay, announcements. Let's start with NPC name submissions. Ascension Tower Floor and Mage Map and Guide are now out. So if you are on the Patreon, there's a whole load of stuff. Heroes can submit names for NPCs. I have used some for this. I don't know if they've come up yet, but they've been used. Also, the Ascension Tower Floor, if you're watching Ascension, our Dungeons & Dragons game that happens on Thursdays, is now out. So if you want to have a look at the stuff that happened with that and the really terrible notes I have, you can. Funny fact, my format for how I note down how rooms work changes every time they go into a tower. I never use the same formatting. It's really
I
weird.
have noticed there's no commonality from one post to the next. People can just see all the different possible ways you could notate tower rooms.
I still don't know if I found a good one yet. Honestly, a flowchart would be better, but a flowchart doesn't work in a text box, so maybe in future I'll have to make a proper flow. Anyway, this is just a side note. If anyone actually wants to dive into the meta of how E makes notes, feel free to post that in the Ascension. That would be weird. I'd be like, okay, how the hell am I doing this? Because I don't know. It's been a year and a bit. I have no idea what my last notes were. That's why they keep changing. And also the Mage Map and Guide are now out. Obviously, this map here...
There it is.
with all the places exploded and not exploded, but the information exposed and put into a post on Patreon, so you can look at the world and read the things if you want. Might explode after Thresher and Hassan are done with it, but we'll see. Anyway, general Patreon changes have happened we got feedback. Everyone was like, cool. So we've done them. They include like some more rooms on the Discord. For instance, there is now a clip and GIF room. So if you clip things and you're on the Discord, feel free to post it in there. If you do fan art, feel free to post it in the fan art room we have, because that makes it really like easily it makes collecting fan art really easy for us. There we go. I worded that really strangely. So feel free to do that. And I know at least one person was like, I'm not on the Discord. Can someone else post my fan art? If they do say that, feel free to just go across their tweets. Oh, and cast pay went up because we down to 2 shows of the week rather than 3, which hopefully means we can increase quality at the same time as cast pay. So win-win. And we'll be doing that retroactively for this month. So also, we have giveaways. We're doing a giveaway again today. So check out our Twitter for those details. I believe Empire Concepts won the giveaway for last week. So congratulations. You got a copy of the Vampire the Masquerade rulebook on Roll20. And if you want to get involved, go check out Twitter. It'll be pinned on there, I think. So you should be able to like follow that and like have details of how to get involved in the giveaway for this week, which is on Roll20. Which brings me to our sponsor, Roll20. They give us the things to give away. That's the main thing. So if you would like to maybe get the giveaway thing, check out our Twitter. Also have a check out of Roll20, which is what we're using for this beautiful map.
There it is.
Ta-da!
I should just stay on it at this point.
I mean, pretty much. And like, you know, all the cool things we have, all the little tokens. Like, there's even now like little tokens of people who can move around the map. And also like the dice and stuff, all powered on Roll20. We use Roll20 for loads of stuff. In fact, we use Roll20 for pretty much almost everything we've done since we've been a show, and we've only been sponsored recently. So if you want to be able to play tabletops online, definitely recommend Roll20. We are biased, but we have been using it since before we were biased, so feel free to, you know, just go with that if you want. And we do have a link down below. It's an affiliate link. Doesn't do anything for us, but they are like, oh, look, Roll20 sent more people, Roll4 sent more people to Roll20. Maybe we should merge and make Roll420, which would be a completely different business. But like, I'm just saying, maybe we could branch out. Or would that be we should leave?
Boo.
No? Okay.
Boo.
Right. That said and done. Yeah, feel free to check out the affiliate link down below. Right. That's it. That's the announcements. Shilling. Let's do some shilling. Bentham, you want to do the shilling?
All right. The things, all the shilling things. The main thing is Patron. We use Patron to fund all the cool stuff that we do, and it's the main way that we're able to afford to have cool shows with cool people that get paid cool rates to do cool stuff. You can support a whole bunch of different tiers there that give you a whole bunch of different rewards, including but not limited to MP3s of all of our shows, after shows we record after every show. We talk about what happens in the show. Sometimes we talk about bacon and other random asides that have nothing to do with the actual show in question. You can also get character sheets, both of characters and of enemies and that kind of thing. Other stuff from GMs as well about the forces that we go up against in our shows, like, you know, actual enemies that have sheets, or strange and natural forces that keep us trapped in an endless time loop. We might find out more about that as we go on. But lots of secret GM plans and maps and session notes and all that kind of thing you can often find. You can also submit names for NPCs. You can watch the monthly recaps where the admins recap the month, talking about how all the shows have gone, all that kind of thing. And you can also take part in a once-monthly game GM'd by a member of the Roll for a Cast. That is a private, off-camera game that you get to be a part of. It's not streamed anywhere or anything. It's just a one-shot session on Zoom or Discord or whatever of some weird and wacky system. You can also support in other places too. You can do the Twitch things, of course. You can drop us bits which appear in the cup and do a physics, which is always nice. You can give us tips which appear on the screen, read them out to the end of the show to thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. And you can also, of course, subscribe on Twitch, which gives you emotes and badges and immediate access to the VODs, whereas normally you have to wait 24 hours for us to upload them over on YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, you can become a YouTube member over there. That gives you emotes and badges as well. And being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or Patreon supporter will let you join the Discord, where there's all those rooms that he previously described. We hang out in there sometimes and theorize about the current goings on. There's been lots of theorizing in all the shows, really, at the moment.
It has been a lot of theorizing, yeah.
A lot of plots being realized or being undertaken at the moment across everything we're doing. So you can join in those conversations, and also you can occasionally get a couple hints about things that are coming up, because you can spy on the roles of cast members and see what cryptic project names they've been added to. You can also, of course, just support by being here, just by showing up. You're already helping make the numbers go up and the algorithms go burr and all that kind of thing. So we appreciate when you do that, and you press all the buttons as well, like following us on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube, because the websites can't decide what means what, so subscribing means one thing in one place, another thing another. It is what it is, but either way, we appreciate when you hit all the random bells and whistles and stuff around the player, unless they take you away from the show. Don't do that until we're done. You can do it when we're done. You can also clip. We love clips, both of YouTube and of Twitch, seeing as they can both do it now. We super appreciate those, and of course you can post those in the Discord, or otherwise you could tweet them at us and that kind of thing, or just post them in the chats and the comments as we go. And we also appreciate any posting you do in the chats and comments, because we try and read everything that y'all say, so that we can see what you're enjoying and know like how people are liking the shows. We always love that. So I think that's all the stuff. I think we should get to it.
Okay. So, clarification. Last week I said, we'll be starting with everyone exploding. I was slightly jumping the gun there, because you don't explode when your paradox hits 10. You explode when your paradox exceeds 10. So, Hassan, what's the paradox?
That would be 11, EE.
Yeah, okay, so while Thresher might not be exploding because she's at 10, Hassan is at 11. And so we'll be starting with a slight recap from last week, which will lead us to the point where we're going to immediately be making a backlash roll. Who would like to start doing the recap? Because we still have not got a full group up yet, so we'll take a quick recap from everyone, but who wants to do it first?
I call not first because I'm exploding.
That is a good reason.
I can get mine out of the way.
Yeah.
So Alfred Hackett suddenly found himself in the morning of the previous day, opening his fridge, and quickly realized that something had gone very strange and wrong.
I feel about it.
Ooh, wrong one.
There it is. I immediately realized something had gone very wrong, and started theorizing. He got out the blackboard and started making notes and trying to work out what kind of strange magical effect was at play before he started going around and messing with it. And once he'd drawn sufficient conclusions and worked out what he could without leaving the house, he started to try and play along his day normally. Only problem being he couldn't remember the conversations he'd had previously, and so decided to more so use that time just to kind of test things and see if anyone else was experiencing anything strange. And he found so far that everyone seemed to be acting the same as before. When he went to pick up his suit, when he went to his tutoring job, but his student said he was ill, and then a couple things did start to change a little bit. There was someone that he didn't bump into on the way into the cafe that he's curious about. He may have just mistimed it, but it does seem like there's something going on there. And also, when he went back home, his landlady had a different conversation where straight off the bat she was acting different, and then informed him that her totally just friend Honest, who lived with her, had passed away a week earlier. And Alfred had an interesting time of both being really sad that one of his landladies was dead and had been for a while, and he'd missed the funeral, and that the time loop wasn't going to be any use there. But also wondering why on earth the timeline was going differently this time, what it could have been, and he suspected it might be something to do with a certain Dr. Thresher, who apparently the landlady had been talking to. And he's going to carry on with his day, but that's where he's up to so far.
Which I think is a great handoff to Dr. Thresher.
Well, the day started very jarringly when I met my first patient, Chester, Marfront, who we all know and love. As a very misogynistic.
That's how I feel about it. What do you think?
He just wants his dog back. Nothing more sinister there. But I went through my day trying to figure out what's happening. This is the same, and it's slowly unraveled as I went throughout my morning. Saw Wallace Lockwood, maybe a little bit of an Oedipus complex with that one, and maybe set up a meeting to look over some of his will, or his mother's will, because he wasn't left a lot of, God dang it, song. But in that time, I went to go sign my book at the Red Letter, and I overheard Dr. Hassan say something about Groundhog Day. And just because of that little overheard remark, we linked up and started to try to figure out what was going on. Went through the rest of my day, found out Seraphina's brother was not actually dead, even though she was pretending that he was. And I met Florence Locke, who is a very sweet older lady whose gal pal passed away. And I did some good magic on Florence, and I'm going to be really sad that that won't stay with her. Then I met up with Hassan, and then we just kind of got hit with a barrage of paradox rolls, and we're in a taxi flying through a roundabout, and we might explode.
So I think that leads us to Hassan. How did your day go?
Well, it was quite uneventful. I woke up, as I always do, getting pickpocketed while trying to get off a tube station. My favorite thing. This time, though, Hassan was quick enough to just catch the person doing it because he knew it was happening. And, well, compared to the others, he didn't exactly go about his day as normal. Everything is a test. And so Hassan decided to test all the tests. He's left little clues around the city just in case the city is not what resets what people are. So there's a little note hanging out in Costa, just waiting for Hassan to pick it up tomorrow, should it appear. There's also someone, a neighbor, with a note on his calendar that hopefully will still be there the next time the reset happens. He also figured out a couple things. One, his mentor has gone hunting. For what reason, we don't know. Two, we have this rather unique situation in that he has a spell cast on him, and funnily enough, so does Thresher. Yes, he went to the Red Letter. That's where he got in touch with Thresher, but they second met at the Twisted Root, a place which does exist on the map, I promise. From there, they went to York Park and did some exploring as they discovered the mind effect on the spell, which so far has mind and spirit attached to it. The mind effect is this: it will record all your memories, it will store them, and it will give them back to you. Which means this thing is designed to repeat. It's not smart like that. In any case, as they came closer to what he originally thought was the York Park node, and then realizing things have shifted, he explained a bit more about the history of York Park to his new friend, Teresa Thresher, and they almost exploded from paradox. So they grabbed a cab. Hassan, now without willpower, so very, very impaired, and very, very out of it, has been taken all the way down onto the A3 to the roundabout in the corner of Red Home. As more and more paradox arrives, more needle pricks appear on his skin, and suddenly the sensation arrives that something is about to happen.
So, it being the beginning of a new session, please get back either your composure or resolve in willpower. And now, Hassan and Thresher, as you are in the back of a cab, Thresher tells the cabbie to speed up. He goes faster, and you feel that kind of pressure on you, the prickling sensation, the flashing of lights in the back of your eyes begin to grow more intense, at which point it snaps back. On Hassan, I would like you to roll me a paradox backlash of your paradox, which is 10, and we'll add 1 success to this because you went to 11, and that extra 1 will always backlash, so that will all be an automatic success.
Oh, that's not what happened.
No.
On the plus side, nothing. There's a brief moment of quiet as we assume nothing is happening, but unfortunately, things are.
Critical hit, 6 plus 1, 7. Okay.
That is my health tracker gone. If that turns into burn, maybe it doesn't. Who knows?
Yeah. And it will be physical burn if it is all burn. But I have something I'm gonna, as GM, because I can spend burn on other things, I'm gonna spend it on another effect.
Oh, damn.
I am gonna message you.
Can I just explode instead? What's the message, EE?
Look at Discord.
Oh, I will. Oh, bloody brilliant.
So, your paradox will go down by your 6 successes. The 1 automatically goes, but you'll also lose 6 paradox here. So your paradox will go down to 4 now. And Thresher, as you resist the paradox that is very close to flashing back at you, Hassan is no longer next to you in the car.
So we're just in the, like, there's nothing weird happening in the car. It's just Hassan and I are having this intense reaction internally.
Yeah, you can feel paradox. It's not something that like hurts and stuff until it backlashes. You were just aware of it. It is definitely a pressure on you, but only when it backlashes does it physically a problem. And you are aware that it's getting very high for you, and you suspect probably for Hassan, and then suddenly Hassan's not there.
I would scream at the driver, "Can you stop here?"
You want me to just stop? We're in the middle of a
I'll
roundabout.
walk.
Just
I'm
give me
gonna
a sec.
walk.
Well, I can pull over. Just give me a second.
I'm just gonna grab my wallet and pull out like a wad of cash and just hand it over and like drop it over the front of the seat.
Sure. Okay. I will adjust your token to just you.
Oh no.
And then he pulls over here and lets you jump out.
Thank you. And I just get out, close the door, and stand there with the hope that he just drives away.
He does. You
Okay.
paid him a lot of money and he pulled over in the middle of a busy road.
I'm gonna look around for Hassan.
Not there.
Do I inherently know that that he's disappeared somewhere that it would happen
Make
to
a
me?
mind wits roll.
Okay. Let's see here. What? I miss.
That's just wits by itself, right?
Yes.
If you hit mind, it should ask you what you want to use. And you
Oh,
can use
you know what? I get myself so confused sometimes. Wits and mind. Okay. Success. 1.
1. You don't sense him nearby. But you are confused right now, and you've been through a lot. It could be wrong, but as far as you're aware, he's not nearby.
Knowing that he is inherently magical, I would just start doing this thing where I'm going, okay, he probably just has a special skill that I don't know about. I just needed to get out of here. It makes sense because I don't feel very good right now. And so I'm just kind of resolving in my head and kind of filling in the blanks to.
Can you do me a favor and roll me 1 paradox dice?
What if I said no? No, I will. Oh, 1 success.
That puts you at 11.
Oh no.
Okay.
Please do me a favor and roll your backlash. That will be 10 dice, and you will have an automatic +1.
So rolling like
10 for backlash, and we'll add 1 to the result.
Okay, cool. It's cool. Be success.
5. Ooh.
Oh, 5. I can't read.
You know, it still isn't that much fun when the shoe's on the other foot, I gotta say. Mm.
Oh.
Let me have a look at your sheet. Oh, it is a lot of fun when the shoes are on your feet.
You say that so far,
Oh yeah.
Get back at you.
Okay. I'm gonna offer you temporary point of curses, and I'll reduce the damage by 2, so it's only 4 lethal damage.
Okay.
Okay. Please add the floor curse brackets temporary.
Okay.
And
How many dots is that?
One dot.
1.
And we see as you feel that pressure still there. The last thing you really cast was a mind spell, so you can feel the pressure just implode into your head. You get splitting headache and migraine. You kind of have to clutch at your head. Blood begins to run down from your eyes and out your nose and ears.
Okay. If I'm having a
You
head
also
splitting.
reduce your paradox by 5.
Okay. So when you say lethal damage,
So if you let me just show you on your health tracker, if you change it by clicking it twice to that's lethal. If you get full up on lethal, you dead, as opposed to unconscious.
and you said I have 4 of those.
4 of those.
That's fun. Okay, I'm just gonna sit down. And,
Okay, sure.
Because I'll be honest with you, right now I don't know which direction is safe, and I am bleeding from my eyes and nose, and I have a headache that's probably not allowing me to think very clearly.
True. You are very hurt.
I'm afraid to move anywhere because I don't want to take more paradox.
Yeah. As you
Do
look around, you can feel your head swimming and incredibly painful. Like, lethal damage is definitely like you are 80% dead right now. Like, you are very, very close to just. So yes, that is.
I'm gonna pull out my phone.
Okay.
And I'm going to actually try to call Dr. Fates.
Okay. It calls. It calls. It goes to voicemail. Please roll my paradox dice.
No change.
You're fine.
Do I get any sense that if I move in a certain direction, I will be safe?
Maybe. That's up to you to, as you may have surmised. I have asked you to roll less and more paradox dice in different places. And at different times.
Afraid to move any direction though, because then it may go up. I'm trying to decide from the map we drove down, and we're going around the roundabout.
You came down this road here, which is the A3.
Yes.
You got to here. You started taking paradox. You took a lot of paradox, and then you're here.
I don't want. I mean, I'm so nervous to do anything. I'm gonna start crawling towards where my Airbnb would be.
Okay. Which way do you want to go from here?
I'm so nervous. I think my head's gonna explode if I don't make the right choice. Like, this is like so sad though too, because she's just like utterly alone now. Okay. We were. If I mean, that's so far away still from my Airbnb. Like, oh my God.
Not to worry you.
Yeah. I know. I see it. I'm going to start. All right. We were heading, like you said, this direction, correct?
That was the direction that he took off of the roundabout to drop you. Yes.
All right. And there's less paradox that way. From, like, we're down to 1, meaning.
That is why I asked you to roll. Yes.
All right. I'm gonna start calling. I'm so afraid right now. I'm gonna start calling this way.
Okay. So, this is gonna take some time. You're gonna slowly start walking, like dabbing the blood from your face. A couple of passers by, like, you okay? Do you want to call an ambulance? So, the hospital's just that way.
I'm fine, thank you. Yes, I tripped and hit my face.
Make a manipulation subterfuge roll.
All right.
You only need one success, but
Okay.
you do look a mess, and you're walking down a busy
I'm
street.
wearing high heels
Yep.
on a rocky road. Oh my god. For success.
Yeah, they accept it. Like, and although you get asked repeatedly by different people, you do manage to kind of dissuade them. So, this brings us to like 7:30. Bentham, when's your thing? 8?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, half an hour more. Where do you want to go? You're muted.
Yeah, you did.
I have not rolled a paradox, correct?
Nope.
Okay. Feeling like I'm gonna keep on crawling. I'm gonna keep on going this way, but I am gonna be methodical about it. And anytime I'm being hypersensitive to any vibe of that pins and needles.
Unfortunately, the only way to really detect paradox or interact with paradox other than just suffering is with the prime sphere. So unfortunately, there is no pre-warning involved.
Curses me,
Yep.
past Katie, for not picking prime. Okay.
Believe me, I'm in the same boat. I do have a question, E.
Yep.
When you have paradox, even after you've just engaged it, can you feel it?
You are aware of your paradox tracker. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good.
I'm just at a smooth pace heading back to my Airbnb.
Roll me paradox dice.
All right, cool. All right.
You gain 1 paradox.
Okay. So I can't figure out the rhyme or reason to this layout of paradox voids. I have Hassan's number. I'm going to stop right here and I'm going to try to call Hassan.
Okay. The number you've dialed has not been recognized.
I hang it up, and just the utter crushing loneliness of, oh, I might die here. And nobody's answering my calls. I don't know anybody here. Do I know what time the loop starts over?
No, you know that it started after you were asleep. And you went to bed about midnight-ish. Somewhere around there.
I'm gonna crawl back a little ways.
Okay.
Towards where I came from. I'm gonna sit down.
You find like a bus stop where there's like a convenient bench and you just like...
And I'm going to try to fall asleep.
Okay. Luckily, Oakwich is a relatively nice place. So, you just slump down on a bus stop and you try and fall asleep.
Yep.
Okay. So you've got a temporary point of curse.
Mm-hmm.
You are roughly shaken awake about maybe 5-10 minutes after you try and put your head down. Look, I've called an ambulance.
No, I
Police
don't.
are on their way. Look, we'll make sure you're okay. Is it woman? Probably about 35, 40.
Can you
looks
call
like
and cancel that ambulance, please?
She says she wants to cancel the ambulance.
I just fell on the street and I'm sitting down trying to close my eyes for a second.
I think she was in an accident or something. There's blood everywhere. She's covered in it.
I'm gonna look around. Is there anybody else here?
A couple of people like farther away, but no one directly here.
I'm gonna grab her wrist and pull the phone away from her and
Okay,
take
make me a strength brawl.
Not my strong suit, so let's hope. All right. 1 success.
On success. You get the phone away from her.
Okay. Hi, I don't actually need any assistance, so I'd like to cancel that. This woman has just been following me around, and I don't understand. She's just trying to get me in trouble for some reason, so I think it's best if we just cancel everything.
Okay, roll me a manipulation subterfuge. Or manipulation persuasion in this case. You're not subterfuging her, you're telling her a lie. You're manipulation persuasion.
5 success.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We would send police to deal with the woman who's been stalking you. Is that something you would like?
No, I'm a very well-respected psychologist. I think I can deal with it myself. I'll call back if I need anything, though. Be sure of that.
Thank you very much. Be sure to call back, and I'll log the complaint. What do you want me to log on the name if you call back?
It's all right. I think it's a pretty unique situation in Oakwitch, so you would understand where, it tied together.
Okay, ma'am. Do call back if there are any issues.
All right. Thank you. I hang up the phone, and I'm gonna throw it at the ground as hard as I can to break it.
Okay, you throw it at the ground, bang, skitters off. Feel free to roll me a strength athletics or a strength brawl, your choice.
I want to do athletics because I haven't.
I had to become a phone case ad.
I know. Oh.
You throw the phone at the ground and it just bounces a little bit. She's got one of these really tough cases on it. Like, what are you doing?
And those auto boxes.
Just grabs her phone, like crazy. Just walks away.
Have a nice day. Mind your own business. And I'm going to sit there, and because I've been shaken awake, I mean, it is someone who's trying to be nice, but I really don't need to be driven somewhere that might explode my brain. I'm going to reach into my bag, or honestly, because my dress is red, I'm going to try to wipe the blood from my face as best as possible.
Oh God, what is a cleanup roll? Like a disguise
Medicine?
thing? Medicine, maybe?
Streetwise?
It could be like a subterfuge roll.
Yeah.
Maybe resolve investigation because you're trying to find all of it and you're like steadily just spending a lot of time wiping everything away.
Survival too.
Yeah, resolve any of those ones.
Okay.
Because, resolve makes sense. You are facing down your own blood. And it takes a lot of resolve to spend that commitment amount of time to get rid of blood. Otherwise, there'll be some left.
Oh.
Instability only works if you'd failed. There is no such thing as failing this check unless you got 0. So, 1 success, you get rid of some of the blood. As far as you're aware, there's obviously, as the camera sees, there's like some blood in the back of like your neck and your ear.
Is there like a restroom? Is there any sort of like, if I'm at a bus stop, is there like a place I can go in to a bathroom?
A public bathroom in Oakwitch?
I know,
This is a posh district. We don't have public bathrooms here. That would encourage
I'll pay the dime to use it,
people.
okay?
You do know someone who lives around here who has a bathroom, if you want to.
I know, I was thinking that. Is Wallace around?
He does live around here. He's mentioned Oakwitch.
I know. Can I
You
call
have his
up?
number.
I know. I'm gonna give him a call. I'm gonna call
Okay.
Wallace.
It rings. It rings. It rings. It rings. And then, like, hi, this is Wallace.
Hello, Wallace. This is Dr. Thresher. I know we had talked about me coming over to look over your will. I had a bit of a tumble on my way home, and I was wondering if I could stop by and maybe clean myself up before I head back home.
Yes, totally. Please, I can give you my address. I can send you a text.
Yes, that should be just fine.
A text, you can come over right now.
Yes, if that's okay. How about how far are you from? And I'm gonna look where I am if there's a street or anything. So I'm trying to get distance to see how far away he might be from where I am currently.
You just suddenly get like a ping on your phone, and you've been sent a Google pin.
Okay. Oh, that
you look at it.
was
He
very
literally
quick.
lives there. Actually, no,
Okay.
it'd be there, right above you. Sorry.
Okay. Oh, that was very efficient. I will head on over. Don't be alarmed. I have some blood on me.
Oh, yeah, I can, well, Mother, she took care of me, and, I'm sure she's got some stuff somewhere that I, packed up and took. I can find some, cloths or something. I'll be ready for you. I'll make myself ready. I'll make the house ready. I'll see you in a moment.
All right. Thank you. I'll be there hopefully in the next 15 minutes. And I'll hang up and try to get my wits about me because I know I'm not thinking as clearly as I normally would. Probably wouldn't have had him send me any sort of text with his address and or called him after hours. So I'm gonna head to his house.
Okay. And as you head to his house, about 8. Anthem, where are you?
I would be heading to the place that is called Afterglow. That's the one.
Okay. Oh. At about 8 o'clock, you walk in. It's pretty quiet in the bar. You can see a large
We're back. Everything's fine. That's not...
The loop resets. That's
no.
how that works. No, you walk into Afterglow, the ritzy wine bar overlooking Chathurst Gardens. Behind the bar, you can see a large bartender shifting across, cleaning things, putting stuff away. It's quite quiet in here at the moment, and you can see the familiar shape of Marcus Alexander towards the end of the bar, just scrolling through his phone, a half-drunk glass in front of him of something.
Alfred stops and looks around for a second, checks, and pulls out the watch and checks the time. Is he early? Is he late?
8:01. You wanted to be as on time as last time, so you got here at 8.
Gonna look like behind him in case someone's about to walk in.
Quite quiet for a Friday.
Turns around and goes up to Marcus. Has Marcus spotted him coming in?
Oh, hi. Sorry. I got here a little early. I thought I'd check out the nightlife. No one really in today. Real shame. I was hoping there'd be actually someone interesting to talk to for once in here. No offense. Bartender just looks at him.
Nobody come by at all?
Well, like, yeah, there've been people in, but like, there's no one, my speed. But like I'm bi, so like every run is really my speed. But like, not everyone in here so far has been like over 40, and I'm 25, so that feels like maybe a bit too old for me. I mean, I'm not against people who are over 40. It's just there's incompatible, probably differences in life. Like, I'm not really looking for something like. I've been here a while.
Alfred's only half listening. That's.
I might have had a little bit too much drink already.
No, that doesn't surprise me. Listen, here's the stuff. Just hands over the bag.
Oh, thank you. This was you want a drink? In one of those weeks, I was really hoping that like actually might be something interesting going on today.
Sure, we'll have a drink.
Alright, what do you want? Oh, sorry, wrong voice. Hey, what do you want?
I don't know, what I order something.
I mean, it is a wine bar, so if you want wine, you got loads.
Alfred orders wine.
Great, just wine.
Stop torturing the teetotaler. Picks a drink like a person who drinks would pick a drink.
Okay, the bartender gets you a glass of a very light, refreshing rosé.
Okay.
So, you like up to much today? Got anything on tonight?
I didn't have any particular. I did want to go for a walk at a certain point. It's been an unusual day, distracting. How have things been for you?
Oh, fine. Just in the lab at work, trying to work on the synthetic ligands that I keep getting you to make me instead of actually doing them myself because they're so bloody complicated.
Any feelings of deja vu? Anything like that?
I mean, I do the same task pretty much every day at work, so
More
like
than
all the
normal.
time. More than normal? No, not really.
Right.
Is there something wrong?
Yes, there is. Suppose it doesn't matter now. Butterfly effect has definitely taken place. Have you seen a lady in a red dress recently? I know that sounds cliche, but I mean literally.
It feels like you're making like a reference to the Matrix.
No, it's not. I'm just walking around nearby the bar earlier in the day.
No, should I?
Yes, actually. Yes, you should.
Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't actually seen a woman in a red dress earlier today.
It's not your fault. I would just like to know whose fault it is. Something strange is going on.
It feels like you really have, like, maybe watched The Matrix and taken it way too literally.
Oh, this world is real, if that's what you thought I was going to start going on about, but there's still something wrong. Something is off.
Right. Okay.
If only you'd opened your mind more when I tried to explain things to you, you might...
You gave
actually
me a
some
weird
use.
book written mostly in a language I couldn't understand, and then you told me that everything was made of ether.
There were translation guides. It was...
Well, yes, but I only speak 3 languages, and none of them are related to Arabic.
Someone
And I'll
is-
be honest, most of those other 2 languages consist of swear words and very poor chat lines.
You're just so confined in your thinking. It's useless even...
I'm the one who says
Discussing
there's
this with you.
like an entire periodic table of elements, and you're the one who's so confined because you keep telling me everything's made up of ether.
But yes, it's the base element of how substances differ. It's just a different way of referring to the things as you see them. But subatomic particles, they're all made of something. There is something that makes them differ. It's ether. If I could just get through to you, then maybe you would be able to help me with this. Someone is messing with time, and I know you won't believe me, but it doesn't matter, because in a few hours' time, you will cease to exist anyway, and none of this would have happened.
Right. Did you, like, turn off your extractor fan again when you were working on these?
This is what I mean.
Look, Hassan, not Hassan, sorry, Haggett, Alfred, like, I mean, we're friends. Is something, like, wrong? Is something personal? You seem like you're going through a tough time right now.
Everything was going fine for me, you know, the work was going well. I felt like I was making good progress and things, but now all of a sudden, someone has meddled with things they shouldn't and caused some kind of problem. If I speak in hypotheticals, will you think I'm less mad?
Well, I think you're more cogent, at least, because you're, like, trying to seem less mad, so I guess you're more aware of how mad you sound.
Okay, so for the sake of an argument, then, if everything went as normal today, I didn't come along and rave at you about time.
Okay, you're talking about chaos theory and the butterfly effect. You mentioned that earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I get that.
Imagine if at the end of the day you went to bed, everything was normal, and then suddenly you found yourself back where you were hours before going
Groundhog
about your
Day.
daily business. Yes, it's Groundhog Day. Though I was awake. I was awake when I came back. I didn't wake up. I was already awake. In the middle of doing something.
Oh, like that Stargate episode they had with O'Neill and Tilk.
Sure, it's that kind of thing. But say if that happened, what would you do in that situation?
If I was O'Neill or Tilk. The person remembering the loop.
If you were you here now and you
I would check the boundary conditions, I guess. Like when it starts, when it finishes. I would check, is it extending in 3D space? Who is affected? Test the boundary conditions of your environment. If your environment's being weird, you check the actual situation, I guess.
Exactly. Brilliant. That's what you do, is you determine how it came about. You see, you're always
Right.
so close. You have the right idea, you have the right mindset, you just refuse to accept the possibilities. So testing the limits. What I considered doing to start with is going through everything as normal and then seeing what was different, because maybe not everything is looping. So if you went about your day and you met a particular person on that day, and then the day happened again, but this time that person did not appear, then either they are also outside of the loop as you are, or they have been affected by something that is, or someone that is.
Right, yes. Butterfly effect.
Yes, so...
small changes in the beginning can cause knock-on effects down the line. Like, for instance, if I stop to get a burrito on the way to work, I'd be late to work, which would cause different conversations. It would cause changes in traffic flow, and like by the end of the day, that might cause someone to do something bigger. Yeah, sure.
Exactly. So I am now in a situation where someone should have been here. They simply aren't. I believe they go by the name of Teresa Thresher. Or
Wait, where do I know that name?
psychologist.
I know that name.
I think there's
Oh,
someone
right,
well
she
known.
wrote a
I think they
book.
she wrote a book.
I haven't read it. It's some sort of pop culture psych book, like one of those like how to make yourself better in like 7 easy steps, and then it's a 300-page book or whatever.
Yeah, that kind of thing. So,
Although apparently hers is like how to make yourself worse, according to the review I read.
oh, interesting.
I can't remember the details. I'm not really into pop like psychology books.
I suppose it's a way to make it stand out from the crowd. Anyway,
Yeah, true.
yesterday, as in the previous today, she was here, and you met her. You got a number as well. I helped with that.
Right.
So now she
Oh,
isn't
is she
here.
like in a red dress?
Yes. She was in a red dress. You met her at the bar. When I came in, you were already talking to her. This time, she isn't here. She still hasn't come through the door. So it's not like a small time change.
You're definitely... no offense, but you're definitely mentally compromised, but I like this reality enough that I'm totally going to entertain this.
Yeah, so we talked for a while, then we all went over to Cloister, and then, you know, spent a few hours there, and then we all went our separate
Wait,
ways.
why
and
would
went
I
home.
take her to the gay club?
I can't remember how that was decided. It's just how it's what happened.
Right, okay.
Anyway, that's kind of where it comes to an end. So I've already been through most of this day, and I was trying to keep things normal. But when I came in and Dr. Thresher isn't here, at that point, yeah, it's all out the window. Butterfly effect has gone unaffected.
Right. Okay. Well, do you checks his phone? He's like, well, I don't have a number.
But well, no, you wouldn't, because it didn't happen. Well, that actually no, that is important. That means that physical objects have not remained affected. It's everything, including objects, have been reset in time.
Okay, but the problem with this is that laws of physics say that effectively the entropy in a situation can only increase. You can't decrease entropy. So if time was resetting, you'd be decreasing entropy, which is physically impossible.
Oh, so someone has provided some kind of input of energy in order to defy the process of entropy. Or
Okay, sure.
put it in reverse. You, like any kind of energy input would allow you to defy that. Someone has, you know, someone has altered the ether in some way to make this happen. And I know you're just going to
we're
look
back
at
to
me
ether
like,
again,
yeah,
of course we are.
there you go
There
again.
we go. It was an interesting story. You could write it down. You'd probably put it on like a blog or something.
So now what I'm faced with is...
Tell me more about this this Teresa Thresher.
I don't know, she's a psychologist and wrote a book, and we talked something about that, got some interesting ideas about grief. And that's about it, really, off the top of my head. The problem is,
Okay.
I didn't know when I was living out the day for the first time that I would need to remember everything in absolute minute detail. If I'd known, I would have, carefully remembered all my conversations, and I would have repeated them exactly this time around, so that I could much more quickly get an idea of whether I'm messing things up or whether things are going as normal. I suppose, presuming it continues to loop, and my suspicion is that it will, what I need to do at some point is create a new control where I do things a certain way that is easier to replicate and harder to accidentally alter, and then try that twice, see what's different.
I guess you could also try like figuring out if you could shield something else so that it also doesn't loop.
Yes. Also need to find out if there is anything that is shielded already.
And then you could pull me into the loop as well, and then I could meet this Teresa Thresher and remember it.
Well, yeah, and this is the thing, is I don't know currently why I am outside of this loop. It could simply be that I am enlightened. And if that was the case, then if in one of these loops I was able to enlighten you within the 20-ish hours that we seem to have, or it could be close to 24, it could be more like 16. I'm going to
You
find
really need
out.
to establish the boundary conditions of this loop.
Well, this is the first time that I'm aware it's a loop. I'm going to stay awake, see how long it takes. I'm going to watch the clock and make notes.
So it could have looped like a million times and you wouldn't have noticed. I wouldn't have noticed.
There is that possibility, and that I'm only becoming aware of it now for some other reason. That would be
It's a
if it
very
isn't
strange
because-
conversation for like only 8:30. This is definitely more like a 11:30, several drinks.
I'm assuming that because of how far we've diverged from the butterfly effect at this point, this particular loop is a lost cause for a test variable, or it's demonstrated that it's demonstrated the different conditions, which so far is Dr. Thresher. There was also one thing, but I'm less sure about, is I seem to remember I bumped into someone going into the cafe, and I tried to time that right, and this time I didn't bump into someone. But that's a much more small change, I feel.
That could also just be like the butterfly effect. Like Teresa
Yes.
Thresher could have talked to someone differently if you think she's doing something different.
Well, yes, I now wanting to find out is whether Dr. Thresher themselves is outside of the loop and probably off investigating things like I am, or whether they've simply been influenced by something that someone else who's outside has done, or if I have accidentally butterfly
Teresa Thresher
effect
is
caused her
a
to have a different
practicing
day.
psychologist and New York Times bestseller who is based in New York, but she's in London at the moment.
Yes,
Apparently
yes,
she
she's
had a
staying
book signing
here
today.
temporarily, working at her someone else's practice in their place. I think.
She also had a book signing today at Red Letter.
Okay, interesting.
It's the little bookshop just down from the Costa.
The proximity could mean that I did have some kind of butterfly effect simply by visiting the cafe. I could have done something differently that, spread out from that location.
True. That's so interesting. Like, if that was the case, you could really do like a 7 degrees of separation thing. Like, how quickly does everyone know each other? How quickly do they have knock-on effects against those people like they know in everyday life?
That is true. There are excellent possibilities for testing causality and how different time, like, there are many ways I could use this loop, but at the same time I should probably still try and determine its source and try and stop it.
Look, you're obviously going through something right now, but you're my friend and I'm here for you. So, and I don't have any plans for tonight because there's no hot psychologists with New York Times bestseller books here. So, sure, I'm in. Let's retrace your steps from your loop.
All right. Alfred checks his watch. Does it seem like it's time yet for when they were walking towards Cloister?
You left Cloister about 10:15. You went there quite quickly, but you did have pizza here. But that was probably about maybe 20 minutes time.
Yes, we'll do that, but not quite yet. Another 20 minutes, and that's when we set off.
Right. I guess that means 20 minutes of drinks. More drinks. Fun. Please, I will tip. Well, I apologize. Right. We're going to cut over to Wallace's house. Sorry, Hassan.
For what? I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly. As you make your way towards Wallace's house, you notice it's on the end of this row. It has a lovely, view. Most of the houses on this row have a view out the back. On the front is the street. This one is on the corner, and so you can see, a good... probably 180, maybe a bit more degrees out. At the back, there's a lot of hedges and stuff as it actually touches on the nearby... It's a small river. I was going to call it a stream. It's definitely a small river. But you can kind of see even over to Outfield Heath. It is a pretty big house. And as you go up to it, you can see that the doorbell is a fancy kind of camera model, and you see a light turn on. And a moment later, the door opens, and you see the gangly form of Wallace. Rumpled shirt, buttons done up slightly wrong, like he's put it on in a hurry. Like there is a gap where he's missed a button, and then it's all kind of flattened around the center. His hair's a little bit tousled. He's got a blush on his face. Teresa, shall I call you Teresa?
That's fine. Do you have a bathroom I could use?
I'm gonna have to make a quick roll.
A what roll?
Doesn't notice the blood.
Oh, doesn't notice the blood? Okay.
Doesn't notice it. You there's you look like fantastic. I don't notice
Thank you.
anything wrong. But sure, if you can use my bathroom, make yourself at home. You're welcome to like spend as much time as you want.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I have this like splitting headache, and so I'm just like looking around for anything that looks like a bathroom.
Yeah, as soon as you go in, like end of the hallway on the left, like into a bathroom.
When
It's
I'm in,
large bathroom. It's meant to be like a little under the stairs bathroom, but it extends a bit out. The stairs are quite wide, and it's got a big porcelain like sink and unit across one end, big mirrored cabinet.
I probably go in there and I'm just like, damn, because he's constantly saying like his measly 4 million and like this place is like gorgeous. I will just take a minute to like take in this giant bathroom and then look at myself in the mirror and then try to definitely clean myself up as quickly as possible.
Sure. Yeah, you do so.
Can I also see if he has any migraine medicine or any sort of Tylenol, Advil, anything like that?
Yeah. He's got some paracetamol, ibuprofen, cocodamol and stuff in the actual like cabinet itself. So. Yeah.
Does he have anything else in there?
Make a wits investigation roll. Because this is just a quick kind of look around, like seeing what you can find.
3 success?
No, but you do find a suspicious white powder on the back of the toilet. What's it called?
Basin?
The back of the toilet thing. What's it called? The flat bit. The big water tank on the back of the toilet.
Isn't it a basin?
Is it a basin? Okay, we'll call it a basin. Sure.
Okay. So I see that and I kind of, I mean...
Toilet system.
Toilet system?
System.
We call it a basin.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
That implies it's like open, right?
Yeah.
It
Weird.
looks like cocaine, correct?
Yeah, it's totally cocaine.
Okay. I mean, I've probably seen a lot of that in
Yep.
my wildlife. So I make a note of that. But I'm gonna take like ibuprofen. I'm gonna take just whatever headache medicine. I'm gonna take a couple different kinds just to hopefully help with
You can
the
take
splitting.
ibuprofen and cocodamol with no like contraindications, so you can take both of them.
Okay, I'll take the max amount of both of those. That's safe.
Done.
Okay.
It helps with the headache, but it'll take about half an hour to kick in properly. But you can sort of feel it starting to come down as you realize that you're in a bit of a safer place now. Like there's no one outside. You're not getting paradox accruing. At least it's not a problem right now.
Okay. With that, I'm gonna get myself kind of together. I'm gonna see if my dress is askew, look if there's anything that I need to like wrinkles I need to suss out and things like that, and then kind of take a deep breath and put on like a fake smile, and then head out of the bathroom.
Okay. There's definitely like some bloodstones in your dress that you can like pull your hair down and put it over it, but note that like a very close investigation will note the bloodstain, etc. But for now, you can easily cover that.
Wallace, are you?
Yeah. Are you like all right?
Yes,
Mother
I just.
was always used that. Sorry. You just reminded me of something.
No, please tell me. Tell
you...
me. I thank you for letting me come use your accommodations.
Oh, there's totally no problem. Like I actually have some spare bedrooms as well. Like if you wanted to stay.
Let's just. I'm feeling a little bit better. I just took a tumble, embarrassingly so, on my walk this evening.
Is taking a tumble a problem that you often have?
No, not usually. I'm a very observant person. I just took a misstep.
Yeah. Well, do you want to stay? You said you might want to like look at the Monet and drink wine.
Well, I should probably see if the bleeding will stop first before I start having a drink. But I did say I would look over your will and your mother's will, excuse me. And so maybe I can just take a peek at that while I'm here.
Yeah. I've got my mother's will somewhere around here. I'll go get it.
Okay, thank you.
Goes upstairs.
While he's upstairs, I am like taking everything in. I want to like look around. I want to get a feel for who Wallace is.
Okay, make an investigation. This is an insight intelligence roll, I think, actually, because you're trying to analyze this person. Yeah.
All right. 5 success.
5 successes. Right. Mother's boy, everything's centered around his mother. Very shielded, very sheltered. Never did anything for himself. His mother was always the center of doing anything for him. And he doesn't really have any connections outside of that. He never had to make any connections or chose not to make any connections. And because of that, now that he doesn't have his mother and because he feels repulsed by his sister because his sister was favored, he hasn't got any human contact either. So he kind of is stuck reaching out to you, who also reminds him of his mother, in a very complicated manner.
Okay. So while I'm looking around, like, is it just very much like a bachelor pad, or is it more of just stuff?
Not really unpacked much. It's not lived in yet. Like, you can see that he's unpacked a little bit in places as necessary, but not very much.
Okay. I would just go and find whatever like dining room table there might be and sit down and just
the dining room
observe the
table has
boxes.
like a lovely bay window that looks over past like down to sort of this area over the river, and there are a couple of boxes off to one side.
Okay. So I'll sit there and wait, and when I hear him coming back, I'll...
Hi. I've got the will, and I brought some other things as well. I also brought a couple of pictures of Mother, and he puts down some little photo frames, and it's his mother, and him, and his mother, and him again, and his mother, and him, and his sister. His mother and me when I was finished at school, and his when I was like riding in the polo club. Sorry, you wanted to look at the will. Here's the will. Here's my copy of it.
Thank you. I just like watch him stumble over these words, and I look at the pictures each carefully. Do I notice anything interesting about? I think it's Erica.
There's a slight resemblance to you, but not much. It's a bit of a push. There's nothing beyond that, really.
Okay, no, and so
woman, 50s, a little haughty looking. And
then I meant Eliza for the sister. Does she look like anything of note?
A little more confident than he looks in the picture, but that's about it, really. She's probably a few years older than him. Standing more independently in the pictures rather than like the body language is straight on to the mum in his case every time. But other than that...
Okay. I noticed that you haven't really unpacked very much. How long have you been here?
Like a few weeks since the will came through.
Well, let me take a look at this, and I'm gonna slide the will over and start leafing through it to see if there's any verbiage that's because like now that I'm kind of like, oh, nothing's happened in a while, I'm getting some clarity back. I'm like, oh God, why am I here? There was a camera at the front door. There's a lot of issues regarding appropriateness of patient-doctor relationships. So I'm just starting to like thumb through this and see if there's anything that made it seem like he shouldn't have received more from his mother.
Int, academics, and your specialty in law will count. So
Okay.
you can add a +1.
Academics, intelligence, +1.
5 with a crit.
Oh, okay.
It's all fine and above board. He was just deprioritized by the mother, apparently. It is airtight. There isn't really anything to find in this well. You could maybe try and find grounds to contest it, based on her maybe not being of sound mind or something, but you would have to try and be stretching to do that. As it stands, the document seems fine. There isn't any sort of untowardness going on.
Looking at this, it seems everything's in order. I don't know.
That can't be the case. Mother, I was always mother's favorite, and she'd
In what
want me
way was
to-
your... When you say favorite, what do you mean by that?
Like, she always spent more time with me than with my sister, and I deferred going to like university so that I could spend more time with her. Because like she was,
I think I know why your mother didn't give you more.
oh, right, yeah, you can help me with this.
Yes, do you want the truth?
Of course, I want my house back. Mother must have meant me to get the house and everything.
No, I think it was purposeful that your mother didn't give you the house because what I'm seeing and judging, you're not able to take care of yourself, so how would you be able to take care of an estate? Also, you haven't unpacked in a few weeks. Seems like you relied on your mother for everything, and because of that, she probably decided, oh, he cannot handle more than the measly 4 million that you received. So there might be more reasons if you didn't fly the coop when you should have. Perhaps you were a little too close to your mother, and that's why you don't have more.
Are you intending something here?
No, I want to see how he reacts to this.
No, that can't be the case. Mother loved me. She.
Your mother could love you, but also recognize that you have weakness in you, and that weakness was too much of a risk.
Oh no, that can't be the case. Wrong.
Do you want to be back at your house because of the memories there, or because it's a larger home?
Because it was fine. I spent all that time with mother there, and she always looked after me.
Did your mother look after you with
manipulation
pity?
subterfuge roll?
Okay. 2 success.
Okay, if you wanted to willpower that, like, there are 2 dice there that could be rolled. I'm just saying, if you want, you don't have to.
I'm gonna hold on to those, but I'm gonna see how the conversation.
No.
I have a feeling that she maybe saw some things in you that led her to give Eliza everything, and you don't have a good relationship with Eliza,
never
or
spent
you
as much time with her as I did.
perhaps have the key.
Tell me what.
Once
to
you
do.
acknowledge what this truly means for you, you will get better. How does it make you feel to know that your mother thought you were weak and worthless and useless?
No, you must be wrong. You can't. No, you can't be right. Mother.
You have a block of the truth, and if you accept the truth, then maybe you can work through this and become the person you're supposed to be. But until then, it's very clear to me that your mother just didn't see something in you.
You're a mean lady. Why are you so mean?
Projection is totally natural in this situation. I can understand why you would blame me for this. This comes down to you and your mother's relationship. You're resentful because I can't get over the measly 4 mil that you apparently feel like you deserved more of. And stables. Did you ever ride a horse?
Yes, I play polo.
All right,
Said
so-
I should have hobbies other than being in the house all the time, so I learned to play polo from the stables.
Once you begin to understand that self-awareness of what you just said to me, your mother asked you to get hobbies so you would spend less time outside of the house.
Why? Just... Oh.
The truth hurts, trust me. I had a complicated relationship with my parents too, but you either pull up your pants and you deal with it, or you can just wallow in it by the Monet.
What is your intention with this conversation?
To drive him to a very dark state of mind, and in a way kind of punish him for his inappropriateness, and as well as, this guy is so disconnected from what it means to, like, struggle and be in a situation. He has $4 million in a Monet, and he's just acting like, his mother just didn't love him enough. So,
how dark a place are you trying to put him in?
I mean, pretty dark. I mean, I don't feel good. I feel like I need to have that sense of power over somebody else, so I'm just laying into him.
Hi! Welcome to your content warning. Today's episode might contain scenes that some people might find disturbing or possibly triggering. If that is the case for you, feel free to go get a cup of tea, skip a bit of an episode, mute something, or if you need to, potentially even skip the episode. You shouldn't be watching something that potentially causes you harm, but otherwise, just be aware and continue on.
Also,
Content warning over.
We're not our characters.
Yes, we're not our characters.
That too important.
That too. Okay, also Pav says he's going to kindly let everyone in chat know when the scene is over, so if people are going to mute, then Pav will let you know when you can unmute. Thank you, Pav. The benefits of live and good mods. Right. In which case, based on the previous manipulation, subterfuge, he just looks very depressed, and he's like shaking his head. He seems in denial. Those previous 2 successes are just going to have him in denial.
Why don't you sit down, and I want you to look at these pictures of your mother. You see how Eliza's standing slightly to the side? Just from body language alone, I can tell that you're codependent and completely unable to do anything for yourself. Have you been eating since you moved in here?
Yeah, I've... Like, there's like... Deliver who? And, just meat? And,
Just
great eats.
meat?
They send food, like there's apps, and...
Is it mostly just meat-based things? I've never heard of
there's
just
also
meat.
door mash. They only do mashed potato.
I guess you could get just meat and only mash and create a meal
That's
between
what I did.
those two.
I would, and yeah.
All right, well, I just need you to sit down. When you look over this will, I mean, I'm quite educated in law, and I've read a lot of wills over the years, considering my line of work,
you
and...
want to share a door mash?
I don't want a door mash. Do you know
about
what
a
carbs
just
will do to
meat?
your body when you eat too many of them?
Would you like some meat?
No, I don't want any meat. Are you trying to deflect now without actually
I'm
confronting
trying to
your
talk
emotions?
about food 'cause it hurts.
I'm gonna slap him. Snap out of it. It's embarrassing.
Yes, mother. I mean, sorry.
Did your mother used to hit you?
She said it was a good way of controlling me.
Okay. See, now we're getting somewhere. I'm learning a lot about you. You shouldn't just dive into plates of only mash and just meat when things get hard.
This is a very confusing scene.
So, you said in our session that you pour yourself a glass of wine and you sit by the Monet. Why don't we get a glass of wine and go sit by the Monet?
Yes, you want to have a glass of wine with me? I'll get you a glass of wine. He goes into the kitchen, goes to the wine rack, which is in a wine cooler, pulls out a bottle of white, because you don't put red in the wine cooler, and uncorks it. Your red has to be room temperature.
Is that an actual thing, or is this just a rich person thing?
Red wine has to be room temperature. White wine you put in the wine cooler.
It just has extra skin in it. Why is it? Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Brings the wine over. It takes a while uncorking it. He breaks the cork into the bottle, apologizes, and does pour 2 glasses of wine.
Stop apologizing.
I'm sorry.
I hate it when people apologize.
Hey, Mum.
My name is Dr. Thresher. If you need to...
Do you mind if I call you Mum?
You know what? That's fine. Why don't you just call me Mom?
Okay. Mum.
And I'm gonna grab the glass from him. Which way to the Monet?
It's in the snug.
The what?
The snug. It's it's smaller than the lounge and the living room, and it's got a soft armchair.
You English have the weirdest names for things.
It's snug. Snug.
Okay, well, why don't you lead the way to the snug?
He holds his hand out.
I'm playing into it. I'm just gonna take his hand.
Okay. He leads you into a small back room that's a couple of rooms over from the dining room. It's got one tall vertical window, a couple of armchairs, and a small settee, all quite plush. And there is a large section of wall. There's a fireplace, and on the other wall is a picture. It's a very large painting, and I'll see if I can find it. It is, there we go. It is looks similar to this, and I'll copy it into our chat. Blue, like lilies, and kind of green water. It's actually not a particularly interesting example of a Monet, just saying, but...
Ah, I see not one of his more popular pieces.
The one Mum gave me.
Did she have many Monets?
Did a few. This is the one I got.
Why don't you show me what you do? You just sit and look at it?
Sits down and he was going to go sit in the armchair. He sits in the settee and kind of looks at the space next to him, raises the glass.
I just want to see your process. This is all very good for your therapy. I might join you in a little while, but for now I'm just going to stand.
And watch me drink? Just like Mum did.
Well, how does it make you feel to hear the truth? Because it seems like not many people have told you the truth over the years.
I like being watched. Comforting.
I have no doubt that your mother loved you, but she didn't love you in the way that you wanted to be loved. It's very clear from the fact that she didn't leave you what you wanted, but I also have to break that down. Why is it that the more things she gave you, that showed you how much she loved you?
Because, like, stuff's important.
If you were truly your mother's favorite, and you spent every waking minute together and you were best friends, shouldn't that be enough? Those memories are rich enough to live on, right?
Only poor people say that.
Ah. So were all those moments in time with your mother that live up in your head and your memory worth nothing to you because it's what poor people say?
No. The memories I have with you they mean everything to me, Mother.
Then how come this home and this Monet and everything in between is not enough?
Because you're dead.
And so by having more land, the horses, and a larger home, you would feel that she was closer to you.
Just wanted her to be close to me.
You're not drinking fast enough.
Yes, Mum. He downs the glass of wine.
I'll walk over with my glass and pour what's in mine because I haven't had any of it into his glass.
Okay.
I probably would have grabbed a bottle.
Yep.
Or the bottle on the way down too. So tell me, what do you see and feel when you look at this Monet? At this exact moment in time.
Reminds me of you. It reminds me of sitting in the parlor with my food, with you watching me eat.
Did I watch you do a lot of things?
I mean, you said I had to finish it, and that you would watch me finish.
Okay. I would like for you.
Didn't like the broccoli.
The broccoli is very difficult to get through, isn't it? But how old are you?
7.
Okay, fast forward to 14. What's a memory from then?
I fell off the horse when she wanted me to do polo and it hurt.
Did you get back on the horse?
Made me get back on the horse.
You're not drinking fast enough.
He downs the drink.
I grab the bottle and then pour more into his glass.
I'll show you. I can. And he takes the bottle off you. And he just tries to down the bottle. A lot of it spills everywhere.
That's my boy. All right, fast forward to 16. Do you have a memory from then?
Daddy left, and I told Mother that it's okay, that I loved her more than him. And she said, of course you do.
I'm going to look around the room. Does he have any harder alcohol around?
In the snug? Yeah, there's probably a spirits cabinet in the snug.
I'm going to stand up and I'm going to walk over there and find a very strong whiskey and bring it over.
Okay, yeah. All the stuff in the spirits cabinet is unopened, but it is stocked with everything in a fancy spirits cabinet. Very nice, like cognac, whiskey of a couple of different types. And you just grab like one of the bottles of whiskey and bring it over.
Okay, let's talk about now when you're 18. What's a memory from then?
Girl asked me out, and she said that I was sweet.
What was her name?
Her name was Rebecca.
Did you go out with Rebecca?
No, I told her that she wasn't my type.
What is your type, Wallace?
You.
Let's fast forward to the day your mother died. I'm going to take the wine glass and pour
No, I don't
whiskey.
want to.
Well, we're going to talk about it. Why don't you just take the edge off with this? And I hand him a very full glass of whiskey in a wine glass.
Okay.
You should drink that. It'll help.
Manipulation persuasion roll. Just to keep this going.
Okay. Three success.
He definitely gags on it and sputters a few times. Very expensive whiskey does get wasted, but he does drink most of it.
Again, you have to embrace the darkness in order to move through it. What happened the day your mother died?
I told her I wanted to be with her. I wanted to spend all my time with her. I could be better than the father was.
All right. Do I need to do an insight roll or something to unpack that, or do I inherently know what that means?
No, you could guess. You could guess.
All right.
It's not subtle.
All right. So, your mother, you were in love with your mother.
I'm in love with you.
It's like the therapist brain of like, well, it's like a role play. I'm his mother. It's making things confusing, but.
Yep.
All right. So when you told your mother that you loved her and wanted to be with her, what was her response?
That she was gonna kick me out.
If you didn't know, that would be an appropriate response from it is your mother. Have you ever heard of...
do that. You wouldn't ever do that to me. You wouldn't leave me.
So after she told you she was going to kick you out, what did you do?
I made sure that she couldn't leave me.
And how did that manifest itself?
I put all her heart medication into her glass of whiskey that she had every night.
As he says that, I'm going to pour more whiskey into a wine glass and put it into his hand.
Okay. He's shaking, like he's spilling it kind of all over himself at this point. But
Doesn't it
he
feel
does
good?
drink probably a third of it. The rest of it goes down him.
Doesn't it feel good to get that off your chest? How did you find your mother?
What, in the morning?
Did you expect it? Or were you just kind of, oh, maybe she won't wake up?
Well, I went to check on her. I regret. I felt bad, and I went to check on her, and she was not as warm. She wasn't cold, but
Did you call an ambulance?
didn't know what to do. I fell asleep on the end of the bed.
You can see that Dr. Thresher's like taking deeper breaths, but this just like almost a dark look has kind of come over her face.
Mhm.
I want to judge his drunkenness level.
He's pretty drunk. Probably hadn't had food.
Okay. So you
He's also
came
covered
to
in whiskey and some wine.
So you came to get treatment for your grief that you caused yourself.
No, she refused. She was not right. She should have said yes. I would have taken care of her. I could have learned. You should have said yes to me.
I don't think you're understanding. There is something inherently not okay with being with your own mother.
It was so cold.
And that's because you did that to her. You felt rejection from your mother like you did in the will. She was right about you, wasn't she? She knew long before she died that you didn't deserve anything. honestly, what you have now, you probably don't even deserve. She just threw you a bone, didn't she?
Are you trying to get an effect?
Yes. I'm trying to push him. Push him.
Are you also trying to do a bit of pushing magically, or are you just doing this verbally?
I'm gonna start pushing him magically.
Okay. That's an easy one from mine too. You just up the despair. So feel free to make a mind direct roll. -1 for your subtle.
Yep. Right. 1 success.
1 success. It's enough temporary to push him a little bit. So you'll get a bonus to this roll. Make me a manipulation subterfuge roll with +3 for the situation and +2 for, so +5 in total.
Okay. 6 success.
6. Okay. I'll show you. We could be together forever. We could be
Listen,
together.
You know, you could be together forever with your mother. There is a way to do that.
He goes over to the hearth, grabs the bottle of whiskey that you've got. I'll show you. And he lights the whiskey that he's carrying and he's covered in. And there's suddenly an eruption of flame in front of you.
I just sit there calmly, and it's like you see the fire when you're
together. He starts lurching towards you, this fiery human shape now.
I calmly stand up and step out of the way as he falls onto the chair that I was sitting in.
Okay. Feel free to make me a dexterity or strength athletics roll.
I'll do dexterity. 1 success.
Okay. I'm going to check if I flip you.
Does he have disadvantage because he's drunk?
True. I will penalize him.
Oof.
So instead, he lurches into you as you try and step to the side. Collapsing against you, flames rolling over you as the little bit of alcohol you have on your hands sets fire. You take 1 point of aggravated damage.
Okay. At that point, I'm going to run to the bathroom and...
Yeah, what happens? What's your health track like right now?
It's at that 1, you know?
You took 4 earlier, didn't you, from the paradox?
Yep. I have like 1
and you
left.
take that 1.
Mm-hmm.
So you're at 0.
Mm-hmm.
You die.
I probably get to the bathroom and I just feel the flames engulf my arm and my dress probably catches on fire. And in a weird way, I feel kind of all right just because of what just happened. And I'm blinded by all of that.
So as he stumbles after you, collapsing in the hallway, you see flames licking up your arm. And as you make it halfway down the hallway to the bathroom, you open the door and you feel dizzy from the pain overcoming with the headache. You get that nauseous sensation. You collapse and you burn to death on the floor.
Can I,
You have reactive casting. You can try to stop something.
I was going to say, can I cast a entropy spell to up the probability of me surviving this?
You can try. You only have entropy 2.
I know.
So it would need to be a lot of successes. And unfortunately, reactive casting is a -2. And you have a -1 from subtle avatar. You'd have 1 dice. And that isn't even capable of critting. And 1 would probably not be enough to cause an effect likely enough to save you in this moment.
Okay. So then can I Can I roll any like willpower or anything to change my dexterity?
No, you'd be able to re-roll dice, but you can't re-roll quiet dice, and the only one you passed on was the non-quiet. So there's nothing you could re-roll there, I'm afraid.
So is there anything that I can do?
Die.
I think there's just a poetic...
No, actually, there is a chance. He is drunk enough that level 2 entropy, he could stumble over the chair and miss you.
Okay, then that's what I will do.
Okay.
I'm going to try to change the probability of him falling directly into me and catching me on fire.
Okay. So, reactive cast, subtle avatar, you're taking a -3 penalty to an entropy plus a ret roll.
-3?
Potentially, though, I would say your jealousy kicks in here. Because why do you kill these people?
Oh, I killed him because he has $4 million. He's sitting by a Monet. He confessed his love to his mother. I'm not jealous about the mother aspect, but that this awful man has all of this good stuff.
Yeah. So the injustice in society and the jealousy of how these... Sure, you know what? I'll be kind in this instance. I'll let the jealousy kick in. If you would like to use your avatar resonance, you may.
I would like to use my avatar resonance.
Okay. Let me pull up the rules for that. Avatar resonance. Paradox. Avatar strength. Avatar resonance. You are severely affected by the emotional. You may gain a bonus of +1 or +2 in your case, for any casting rolls. However, you must make an immediate dissociation roll after you do that, with penalty equal to the number of times you've used this chapter. So this will be only a -1 on this, but feel free to -3 +2. This is a ret entropy with a -1.
Okay. All right, -1. 1 success.
You would be able to willpower that 1 dice.
Yes, please.
Okay. Do a willpower reroll of 1 dice. You need to hit willpower reroll, not willpower. That one rolls all
my
your
bad.
willpower.
Oh God, nope.
Okay. 1 success. He's drunk enough. I'll downgrade it from aggravated to non-lethal, as the smoke, the stench of burning flesh, you stumble backwards, and instead of being caught on fire, as he trips over the stool, kind of impacting you but not setting you on fire, you're pushed back against the wall and knocked unconscious in the hallway.
Okay. I'll take that and all right, if I'm knocked unconscious and this man's on fire, that's a little bit alarming. I don't know if I can use my resolve to try to like compose myself or wake up or anything like that, but
You will wake up probably at the end of the scene or when the GM deems it appropriate, unless you burn to death in the meantime.
yay! Well, at least I haven't yet. So I will just be laying in the room unconscious until whatever happens next.
The fire does not catch. He dies. Part of the sofa is singed, but you are untouched, and you will wake up later on in today. We're going to cut to Hackett in a much nicer atmosphere. So, like, if we're going to go at the time you said you went to Cloister, now?
I think that is now. Yes, let's go.
Right. Do we need to do anything special?
No, just take the obvious route, the road straight there.
Right. Okay.
I am expecting that we will walk by someone, well, sounding a bit like I do to you, raving about resets and things.
Right, okay, so reset, Boogaloo, etc.
Yeah, and that's basically the next key event that I remember from the day.
Okay, you make your way out, and as you get outside, right out front of Afterglow, standing in the middle of the street, stopping traffic as people try and move around her, slow speed. It's all a failed experiment. They're all gonna reset everything from the very basic beginnings. No one's listening. Humanity's failed. All these things have happened. It will happen again. Just gesturing at the cars as they kind of move around. One of them honks at her. You see the woman in the overly large Mac.
Alfred looks looks side on at Marcus to see if he's
her.
Yep, that's the one.
Okay, where do we go next?
We'd carry on to Cloister, but we were going at a fairly relaxed pace. I think we can keep the current rate. It doesn't matter anymore anyway. There's already major things changed about the events, but...
She moves off to the side, gesturing at the cars now.
I want to go talk to this person, because I think they know something about what's going on.
Hey, mysterious lady shouting at cars. My friend wants to talk to you because he also believes that... what was it? People are a failed experiment?
I don't know about that part of it, but,
What do you
Alfred
want?
walks up. I believe you. Time is resetting. What do you know?
People, they control everything. People, they failed the experiment. They're going to start it again. It's happened. It's going to happen.
How do you know this?
I see things. Trust me, it's going to happen again.
What, do you know what the experiment is?
They're in charge of everything.
Do you know what they were trying to do? Why it didn't work?
Look at us. Look around. Do we look like we've been a successful experiment?
Depends what you're testing.
The mirror is cracked. Must be remade.
What mirror?
Do you not hear them?
No?
I gotta go. Steps backwards.
I'll kind of back away as well, just because they suddenly seem scared. Where were you earlier in the day? Have you been here the whole time?
What do you care?
You say they're gonna reset things. We could meet again.
Who are you? What are you?
It doesn't matter. I'll let you be on your way.
What are you? Like, she seems a little bit more than you, Hackett.
Yeah.
Who are you?
Let's go. I'm gonna
I'm a
lead Marcus
chemist.
away.
Okay, we're not gonna talk to the lady?
I don't want to cause too much disruption.
Okay, chemist. And... mysterious mustache man.
And once we're a little bit away, I say to Marcus, so here's something strange. That person acts like they know what... That person acts like they know what is going on. They are talking about a reset and talking about the day happening over. That would imply that they're aware of what's going on, and yet I found them in the exact same place at the exact same time in both loops, as if they aren't aware of what's going on.
Right. You sure you haven't, like, they've not taken something and you've taken the same thing?
apart from the part where I'm talking about time looping, I still seem like I've got my head screwed on, right? Surely? I mean,
you're always
acting
talking
any
about
more mad
ether,
than you've seen
so-
me act before, so...
Exactly.
That's the next curious question is... How are they aware that there's a loop if they're not outside of that loop? Is something happening to them each day that is causing them to become aware that they're in a loop, but they're not able to remember the next day that happened?
I guess you just talk to them in like another loop and then see if there's any variation.
Exactly. If I come here
Maybe
at
they're
the
like
same
partly
time,
in the loop.
if I come here at the same time tomorrow when they're raving and they say all the exact same words and they don't recognize me, then they're not outside the loop. But they're somehow learning of its existence anyway.
Right.
So at some point I might be able to, if I talk to them in the right way, not spook them so much, and they might tell me what they were doing earlier. Then I can find them at an earlier point in their day. I keep
It's
working my
beginning
way
to sound
back.
a little bit like, to begin with, it was just an interesting like kind of story. Now it's just starting to sound like a kind of a broken story. It needs
All
to be
right.
like,
Let's just go to Cloister.
I mean, okay, sure.
You don't have to come if you don't want to. You can go home.
Oh, it's fine. I've got nothing else to do. And apparently there was a nice lady in a red dress who was going to be, quite nice to chat to. And sure, she was a lovely lady.
I mean, there is an outside chance that she's ended up there anyway.
To Cloister, we will go.
There we go. That's the spirit.
Okay.
We will head onwards.
You get to Cloister. You go in. What's the plan?
Alva probably sits down, gets a drink, and kind of looks around, sees if, anything weird's happening. And he'll go to, like, the
Make a
same
wits awareness
table
roll.
as before that they probably, like...
Okay.
Were hanging around. What was the roll?
It's awareness.
Okay. Two.
Check something.
Oh, he's checking something.
You notice a small gap in the crowd.
Like, just kind of a spot people are avoiding?
Yes.
Is it the spot that Dr. Thresher would have been in?
Nope. It's also moving through the crowd. Like, the spot is moving so that the crowd is shifting around it.
I want to detect if there's something living in that space.
Okay, make me a life plus mind roll. Not life mind, life a ret.
One success.
Do you want the willpower? You can willpower too?
Yeah, why not? We'll willpower two of them. The quick roll, which is not a quick way of rolling. One more. For a total of 2.
There is something life and matter in that space. About human sized.
Okay. Alfred decides not to react to it. He's going to attempt to carry on with his business as if he saw nothing.
Make me a composure subterfuge roll.
Okay. One.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Which is instability. Ooh. Oh, we get to see you are a static, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That almost helps in the situation.
So, denial. The character refuses to acknowledge something in the scene as existing. For the remainder of the scene, they treat the target as if it didn't exist. This can be an object such as a door, a person such as an armed enemy, or even a space such as a side alley. When directly confronted by knowledge of the subject, the denial is real. They must make a willpower roll. The obvious one here is it's out of place. So you deny the existence of that spot.
That is perfect, because it's what he was already trying to act like he was doing.
Yep. And as you act like it, that becomes reality for you. You block it out. You no longer realize that there is a space there.
Is that gonna remain permanently, that I'm never gonna remember that
The remainder of the scene.
There? Okay, so later on I'm gonna realize that was the... Okay, good. That's important.
Yeah. Later
Very
on you
important.
reconcile that. So it gets to about leaving time, and you go to leave.
Yep, I'll keep with the schedule, just kind of.
Okay.
As
you step outside, that's where the scene will change over.
Okay.
So it's a little past 10.
I was not gonna bother saying anything to Marcus about it because it's not gonna achieve anything. He's just going to head home and separate from the path, whatever path Marcus is taking.
That was a weird night, but we can head home.
Yep, that is what happened next.
Okay, sure. Very well. We can walk together.
Yeah, we'll walk for like I'll follow the same path as previously so that we split the same time and everything.
Okay. Meanwhile, as we see Hackett head off, you wake up to a horrible smell. Back in Wallace's house.
I'm gonna sit up and look around and just get my bearings. Mm-hmm. And did he just like do that thing where he like caught on fire and burned, like nothing else caught on fire around him?
One of the parts, one side of the sofa kind of burned a bit, but it was made of fire retardant fabric, so like it didn't actually go up. It burned a bit, but it didn't ignite.
Sit up and rub my head, which has been through a lot today. And just sigh and look at the time.
It's just after 10.
I'm going to go into the kitchen and make myself a meal.
Okay. There's not a lot of food here.
So does he have like a thing on the fridge with like all like only mash and just meat and all those places listed?
There are some like microwavable dinners. Good quality ones, but they are microwavable in the fridge.
I'll go into the wine cooler and pull out a bottle of white wine, and I'm going to pour myself a glass and then peruse the frozen meals. And
it's like steak tartare.
Well, is there anything vegetarian or vegan?
Oh yeah, there would probably be a couple of things. There's probably like stuffed mushroom.
Okay. I'll see that and I'll take it out and read the instructions and pop it into the microwave and then drink my wine while I hear the buzz of the microwave turning and looking out at the gorgeous view from his home.
Okay, make me a wits awareness roll.
Okay. Nervous every time I have to roll. Critical hits, 7 successes.
Oh, jeez.
You see it in beautiful detail. You see a streak of light in the sky. Lovely shooting star. And then another one. And another one. They seem to be almost angled upwards, not down.
I would take my glasses off and put the wine glass down. And is there a way, does he have a deck? Can I go out onto like a deck off of his dining room? I'd rush outside and...
The cold air hits you as you walk outside. Suddenly the fresh, not human flesh smell, it's refreshing and suddenly wakes you up. And you see a streak of light coming down, arcing slightly, just visible getting closer and closer.
Because of the day that I've had, I'm just going
There's
to observe
an
it.
impact. Probably a few hundred meters away from you. You hear both the sound of the sonic like boom as it comes through the barrier nearby, and then an impact into the ground. You can see a plume of bits of earth and foliage over the hedge, over the river, up. And then silence.
And do I see any other ones arcing towards me? Okay.
There was that one, and then all the little flickers that seem to be going up stopped.
I'm gonna go down the deck. I'm gonna take off my heels and I'm gonna try to walk towards this.
Yeah. It seemed to land in Outfield Heath, or near Outfield Heath. So it is a distance away, actually. It's 800 meters-ish over a river. But it is less than a kilometer. Like, we're talking meters rather than miles.
I'm gonna start walking towards it. And there's this thing in the back of my head where I'm like, my fingerprints are all over the house. So I just leave everything there and I'm just gonna start heading towards this comet type thing that has hit the earth.
Okay. Head over there. I assume you just go home, go to sleep, Bentham?
Yep. When he parts ways with Marcus, he's like, go home and forget about all this. You will. And then he leaves.
I haven't drunk that much. Oh, right, the time loop. Gotcha.
If it doesn't loop, you can lord it over me tomorrow.
He heads off. You go to bed.
I don't go to bed, I stay up and watch the clock.
Stay up and watch the clock. And as we see Teresa Thresher get to a river, shoes in one hand, singed, frazzled hair, blood coated down her like you weren't in a dress at the time, were you? You'd met someone from after work, so you're in your suit. Like blood on your suit and your shirt, hair matted, a little bit disoriented, trying to figure out her way across a river. We're gonna go to a break, and we'll see what she finds after the break.
Alright, we'll be back in around about 8 minutes. Go get a snack and all that kind of thing, and we'll see you soon for part 2.
Goodbye.
different than all the rest. I'm quite old-fashioned where I hide sometimes play chess. And when I'm out, I'm looking for that vintage fling. But all complexions that I adore, so hard to find, these seem impossible to score. So I dream on to someday find that vintage love. I kept on looking, but everyone's such a bore. And out of a sudden, you came through the door.
Welcome back.
Hi, welcome back. And I guess we open up. Thrasher, there is a river in front of you. How do you want to try and cross this river?
All of a sudden, it's Oregon Trail.
Pretty much.
You have
I'd like
died
to
of
ford the
dysentery.
river, please. Yeah.
Not
With
again.
more serial killers and blood.
Okay. How deep is the river? How much, can I walk through it, or is it pretty?
Possibly, you might slip over. It's, it's one of these kind of like, not particularly deep. It would probably be, you estimate, somewhere between 1 and 3 feet.
Oh,
But
okay.
it is moving relatively rapidly, and it is definitely slick. Like, there is also kind of like, slime or whatever on the bottom of the riverbed, on the stones there. It's not like an earthen bottom, it's definitely stones. So slipping is quite probable, and you are 1 bashing damage away from going down again and drowning in a riverbed. So just a heads up, I know you're new to the system, so...
Well, why don't you split the river like most? Wait, no, that would require forces. Definitely.
Mm-hmm. I know. There's so many like magic spears I wish I had taken now. With the power of my mind, can I split the river? I'm just kidding. Is there, if I look up and downstream, is there like a river? Is there like a bridge or any sort of crossing that I see?
Not here. There is a crossing here, obviously. And I believe there is like a bridge. There's a bridge here. That'd be the closest bridge.
Where was the crossing you were pointing out?
There is a road crossing here.
Oh, okay, right back there.
Right.
Serious question, because I know some GMs are different. Do you mind if I offer an actual suggestion?
That is a question more to the player.
Oh, well. Do you
People are
mind?
new at this system. Normally, I'd be like, but people are new to the system? Fine.
I mean, okay, you could try and ford it, which I don't think you have the best athletics, but
No.
you have entropy.
I know,
there a
I thought about
tree around that's close to falling over, and all you have to do is give it that little odd nudge.
You'd probably need more entropy for that.
Mm.
2, remember, you're all 2s at the moment. It's not as
Yeah.
powerful.
Though that does get the brain moving. Can I look along the river side that I'm on? Is there any like branches or some sort of tree that, or anything that's like around the river that could be utilized as partially a bridge, or are there stones to walk over?
If you were to climb one of these trees that's kind of half fallen over, you could probably. It might reduce the DC a bit. You'll have to take longer to go around to that tree, but yeah, you could probably do that.
This is what my brain's doing. I'm thinking climbing a tree. I hit my head in the riverbed from bludgeoning damage because I just roll poorly and die.
You drown in a river after successfully murdering someone.
Do you have a scarf? You can tie to a branch and try and hold on to it as you walk over. So at least that way there's something to hold on to, like a guardrail. Drop a branch, use it as a guardrail.
I just see so much that could go wrong with like her falling, and because I have such little health, I'm like trying to be extra cautious. Like if I had a full health bar, I probably would be a little bit more daring.
Make a wits awareness roll.
Okay. 4 success.
You hear the sound of like a heavy car or something getting closer. Quite fast. It's definitely moving at a fair clip.
Huh.
In this direction, over the river from you.
Okay, so like across the river.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh boy. You know, it's only 3 feet deep, right?
Between 1 and 3, it's not that deep at all.
I'm going to carefully and be very mindful about the steps that I'm taking and making sure I have my footing, and I'm going to try to get across. I took my heels off, so it's just don't look at me like that.
I would like you to make me a strength athletics roll.
Oh. Okay. 1 success.
1 success. You make it across. It takes you about 20 minutes of constantly slipping, going back, slipping, finding somewhere different, having to move further down the thing, slipping again, and you make it over. You are now drenched in water, covered in a bit of river slime. Blood coated down you has started to like run because it went in the water and it got red, and it kind of has now dyed half of your top pink, in addition to you're singed. You do look like a swamp thing as you get out on the other side. In the meantime, you do vaguely hear the sound of multiple vehicles going past.
I want to like get to if there's like tree or brush, I want to get to the edge there and kind of peer through and hide. I don't want to be seen, hopefully, and just get a feel for what the situation is on this roadway.
Make me a dexterity stealth roll, please.
All the things that she is not. Oh, you know what? Maybe she'll do okay with this. We'll see.
You got willpower.
Yeah. 3 success.
Okay. Let me.
Two. I can't read today. Maybe I should get my eyes checked. That's a 2 success.
Okay.
Spicy. That is spicy.
As you... do you want to willpower?
You know, I think I will.
Okay, you can willpower 2 dice if you use the willpower reroll.
I'm going to do that.
And you do have a crit, so... Oh!
2
4! Okay. As you come out of the brush over about here-ish and look out to Outfield Heath, you can see several vehicles. There are a couple of very large black SUVs parked up on the far edge. And you can see men, some of them in suits, trying to set up portable floodlights over the area. And you can see a few of them just going on. There seems to be one of the, it's not quite an SUV. It's more like it's like a large van, humming like there's a generator in the back.
And as
And
I
you can
get
see around the edge, there are guys in what appear to be military fatigues with thick levels of body armor and large, like, assault rifles. At a quick glance, moving around like they're patrolling the perimeter.
So now that I'm kind of like through the river and getting my bearings a little bit, this is an area that I've walked through many times. This is an area I'm very familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because of that, I'm going to like just sidle myself up, hopefully in a very hidden way, and just watch. Like, can I make out the fatigues? Like, can I make out any distinguishing markers or anything on the vehicles?
Make me a wits insight roll. Not wits insight, wits awareness. Sorry.
3 success.
You can just about make out, but on the shoulder pad, it says police, and across the front it says police as well. And you can see over the far edge, as some of them are getting out, they're taking what appear to be like big rectangles of fabric, placing them on the chest, and then walking forwards.
You know how like you see Halloween costumes that just say police on them? Like, does it look like one of those, like they went to Spirit Halloween and got...
Oh, no. These look very, very good. But with 3 successes, you see a couple of them who are suiting up take what appear to be large sections of like unfurling fabric, place them on their chest, and it says police.
So it's not a true police uniform.
It looks like it's a Velcro on pad onto the front.
Okay. So while I see them doing that, I want to turn my attention to what they're looking at in this swamp.
Okay. With 3 successes, as you look into the center, you can see that someone has set up a plastic tent like you have for kind of like, I don't know what the word would be, like crime scenes, where they have a crime scene and they have they want to shield it from either people looking from the outside or rain or anything like that. They put up a protective tent over the top. It's that. And it's probably about 15 foot by about 10 foot. And you can see a couple of people going in like thick, like full-on hazmat gear.
Okay. So I can't see what they're... I'm going to observe for a while and see if they start lifting things out that I can see. Or if they're just doing like the crime scene thing where they're leaving things where they lie, or if they're starting to remove items from this area.
Okay. Feel free to make me a wits investigation roll to have a quick look around where you are and around the scene. See what you can gather. 3. From what you can tell, whatever it is plowed a furrow through the ground, and wherever it stopped, that's where they put the tent over. You can see the edge of the furrow coming out. And you can also, see bits on the ground that occasionally glint from these spotlights they put up. And they're using the spotlights to try to find these bits, and then they're directing people. Like, people are going over and they're bagging them individually. But every time someone goes over, the person who goes over is in full hazmat gear, putting it into a bag, sealing it, it goes into a little case.
Okay, so then, can I look at the sky and see if there's any more of those lights?
Yeah, you look up, there's none.
And when that one kind of came towards me, were there other ones kind of doing that where they were arching off?
There are a few just going up very briefly, faint, and you can see this one then starting to come in and then crash here.
Okay. I'm going to very quietly, hopefully, start moving a little bit through the brush to get a better look at what's in this swamp.
Okay, make me a dex stealth roll.
Okay. I don't want to talk about it.
For those listening to the MP3, that was all fails.
Hey, can I maybe use some willpower?
Do you want to reroll your 3? Because I have a 3, a 4, and a 0, so your chances of beating me are very low. You have to crit.
Yeah, you know what? Let's just This day can't get any worse. So let's just see how this goes.
Okay. As you start making your way forwards, one of the searchlights just bathes you in light. We've got an intruder on the scene. You see two of them near you, assault rifles instantly up.
I put my hands up. I'm sorry. I've had a really bad day. I don't know how I got here. I'm gonna try to play up the fact that I look like a swamp thing.
You do look like a swamp thing.
I don't know how I got here. Can you help me?
Manipulation subterfuge.
Okay. 1 success?
Do you wish to willpower 3 of those?
Yeah, I would like to do that. Oh my gosh. It's another misfail on my part.
Okay.
And they rolled 2.
So...
If any of them had been successes, it would have been at least a tie.
Mm-hmm.
What blows my mind is that the reroll rolled 2 1s.
Yeah, and
Like, it
it's
doesn't
really,
change
really
much.
driving it home.
Yeah, really
Yeah.
driving it
Actually,
home.
wait, no, that does change things because that means this wasn't instability. Oh no, that it's not part. Ignore me. It's just terrible.
Yeah, it's just bad. I don't know what happened. I woke up here and I started crawling towards you all because you were the first people that I saw.
Okay. Let me just quickly set this up.
The song "Because You Had a Bad Day" starts playing in the background.
Take her into custody.
I don't understand.
There we go. Put your hands on the back of your head and get down on the floor.
I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm injured.
One of them goes up to you, around the back, the other one keeping the gun trained on you. Forces
That's really
your
not
hands
necessary.
behind your back, cuffs you. Pushes you forwards until your face on the earth.
Okay, this is police brutality. I am an injured woman in the swamp, and you're gonna push my face on the ground? I am a respectable psychologist, and I will have my lawyer reach out as soon as we get back.
Check if she's infected. One of them moves forwards. Pulls
Infected?
out.
Is there sepsis in the river?
One of them moves forwards, pulls out a device, and hands it to one of the hazmat guys who comes over.
Is that gonna give me radiation? I don't have a lead vest on.
Need to roll something?
Can I? I don't know if it's gonna work. No.
Right in the back of the truck. Take her for processing. She's a deviant.
Excuse me? Have you read my book? I am not a deviant. I work with deviants.
One of them gets out like what appears to be a strap with a pad over the front and apparently like a kind of ball kind of thing on one side of it. Forces it around your head and around the back of your like neck and then clips it.
Can I still talk?
No, you cannot verbalize. The other one puts thick padded gloves that can't move. Like they are physically keeping your hands like that.
I'm thinking that's going to affect my magic casting, right?
Mm-hmm. Let me have a look at what you used to cast.
Yeah.
Verbal you wouldn't be able to do, and hand gestures you wouldn't be able to do. They then also take stuff from you, so you wouldn't be able to do writing. They remove your necklace, and they leave your glasses, though. You would have them.
Okay.
Bound between them, they then, like, hog-tie you, and pick you up, take you to the back of one of the nearby vans, and just dump you in the back.
You know, at this point, I think I'm just... I mean, I don't know. So if with most of my casting stuff taken away, besides my glasses, how does that affect rolling for magic's casting?
You get a -1 for each focus you're missing. You take a -4.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like that's gonna work too good for me. I can't talk. Can I just like look around really quickly and try to like investigate my surroundings?
Sure. Make me a wits awareness.
Okay. 1 success.
You don't really see much. They're definitely shielding you. They're definitely paying attention to keeping things from you. And as they dump you into the back of the van, you feel a prick on the side of your neck. Make me a resolve stamina.
Alrighty, let's see. Where's stamina on here?
It's one of your...
Oh, there it is. I see
if
it.
you just hit resolve or stamina, you can pick the other one.
Okay. Gotcha. Or success.
4. You take 1 point of bashing damage. That's all. And you pass out.
Checks out.
Hackett. You watch the clock.
There are a couple things Hackett would like to do when he gets home before he sits and watches the
Okay,
clock.
sure.
One thing is he goes to grab his mustache trimmer and trims a tiny bit off the end of one eyebrow.
Okay.
Just enough that, like, if he looks at the mirror after the time shift, he can see whether it's reappeared or not.
Okay.
He's also going to cast a spell, by which I mean manipulate the ether within his body. He's going to, he wants to just elongate a single nail.
Okay.
He wants to keep it as simple as possible to make it as likely as possible that he can maintain the spell beyond the time when the time shifts.
Life a rat. No paradox on this. It's coincidental. No one's watching. Yep.
2 successes.
Done.
And that allows me to maintain it beyond this scene?
You can spend the successes. It's so simple, I will say you can have that last for the remainder of the day. 24 hours, effectively.
Awesome. And he'll just clip it if it does remain after the time shift, so that's fine. Or I guess I can probably choose to stop it if I want.
Is it a spell effect that's causing the nail to grow faster for a day? Or is it an effect
it's one
that
to
is...
suddenly make it, like, grow to, like, an inch
Okay.
or something.
You don't need it to last that long then, you just need to increase the magnitude. So you can spend all that in magnitude and it will get, like, a centimeter more nail.
Alright.
Probably not a centimeter, maybe like 5 mil. You've only got life 2, but it's enough to be, like, noticeably long.
Yeah, okay. And then he does, like, sit down and watch the clock. He's going to Google Teresa Thresher and get a phone number, which will probably be the phone number for Mind Evolution, and he's going
It's
to...
in the phone number for Mind Evolution. You also get the phone number for her office in New York, which is currently closed.
Okay, he's going to memorize the number for Mind Evolution.
Okay. Make me an intelligence resolve. Yeah.
Or
You
success
memorize
is
the
nice.
number. You'll remember it into the next loop for sure.
Alright.
The clock gets to 2:50. The clock ticks to 2:51. Wrong one.
It does still
2:51.
work, kind
The
of.
clock gets to 2:51. You're in front of your fridge.
Immediately, Alfred turns around, heads to his laboratory, grabs a notepad, and writes down 2:51 and the current time. What was that?
It is 9:37.
Okay, 2:51, 9:37. There we go, written them down. And I think he doesn't call. He'll put on his suit, his normal attire and everything. Grabs a little plastic pot that looks like it used to have a label on it, but the label's been ripped off. Pops that in his pocket. Grabs his book, a weird looking device with 2 prongs and little like sparks that go between it when he presses the button. I think there's a ring as well that he puts on. I think that's everything, and he heads out to Mind Evolution.
Okay. So, meanwhile at Mind Evolution. What's up? We cut to a spacious, minimalist, but austere-looking office. We see a man, red and slightly out of breath, as he talks and talks and talks, spittle occasionally flying from his lips, filling a long, dark leather couch. But he's not the focus of the camera. As he drones on, a woman sits in the armchair opposite. As she listens, soft music plays from speakers around the room, and a crow pecks at the windowsill outside.
Anyway, that's just how I feel about it. What do you think?
I hear him say that. How am I feeling and/or looking?
You normal, fine. You suit, everything's fine. You feel with it, conscious, as if it's, bright and bushy-tailed. 9:37 a.m.
Okay, is my paradox still, like, do I still feel that kind of, that tingly? Okay.
So, what do you think?
Hello, good morning,
We already said that. What do you think? What about bagels? What about my wife?
I think you need to get over it, personally.
What?
I think you just
You
need
did.
to move
I
on.
came here for good advice. And you're telling me to get over it? What
Do
are
you
you?
want good advice, or would you like someone to just tell you what you want to hear?
What is this? I'm not paying for this kind of poppycock.
All right, well, if this is all poppycock, sir, I have a feeling you have some women who could read this book to you. I'm gonna lean back and open the drawer, grab one of the books, and throw it at him.
What do you think?
If you want to learn how to deal with your
I
grief,
want a refund. This is what I get for trusting a woman to do a man's job.
yes, I completely concur. I also feel
Do you need
super
to make
inept.
a bloodthirsty roll?
I sure do.
Okay, roll me willpower.
God.
What is Alfred gonna walk into?
Can I make a bloodthirsty roll?
Did I do it right?
That's a fail. Teresa Thresher. As you see this guy in front of you, this misogynistic asshole, blood pulses through your veins. You must inflict harm on this man. He needs to die. He needs to suffer.
I'm going to stand up, walk over to him, and
What do you think you're doing? I want a refund, you stupid bitch.
without saying anything at all, I take my pen and I stab it into his jugular vein.
Make me a dexterity melee roll.
1 success.
You needed 1 to hit him because he's not ready to defend against this. And so you kind of clip the side of him with the pen and stab it into his shoulder a little bit. He takes 1 point of damage.
What the you?
He goes to swing and punch at you now. The Midnight Sonata playing in the background throughout this. Are you going to try and stab him more?
I'm going to see. I'm on my desk. Is there anything like a paperweight or something like that that I can use to hit him in the head?
You know what? There's like a snow globe.
I'm gonna reach for that snow
Really
globe.
peaceful snow globe. Okay, make me a strength melee roll. And he's going to attempt to punch you back.
Good. Held.
Oh, wrong one. Sorry about this.
Oh no.
You take 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh god.
Oh, but your health tracker is reset.
Okay. I
And
had
you
a
now
moment
fill
of
it with 5 bludgeoning damage. As you swing at him with the paperweight, he just jabs out, catches your nose, and you are knocked unconscious.
Okay. That'll look better for me in court, though.
That definitely will look better for you in court. Hassan.
Sorry.
We see a man step out of the train station in Webley Bridge. We watch him from above as he walks briskly down the short flight of concrete steps, a pep in his step as he heads to teach his morning ethics lecture. Which way are you going, you wanker?
Well, I lean a bit more on my cane. I push my glasses up. I don't even notice the man who just walked past me. There's enough in the city like them. And I head over for my morning coffee date with myself. Always start off every morning with a coffee. You know why? Because frankly, you need the caffeine to deal with the children.
Very true. So, you get to the Costa just over from the train station next to Red Letter on your way to UCL, as you do every morning. And inside is Elin. Would you like to describe Elin to us?
Oh, I'd love to. Elin's one of those people who always looks a bit harried, even though they're not supposed to be. They're studying to be an archaeologist. Blonde hair, all tucked up, all put up because naturally they're at work today. And they're dressed in some rumpled clothing with an apron on top. Very stick-thin kind of figure, but little smile lines already appearing despite the fact they're 20 years old. And wow, my headphones just broke. 1 second. Broke the loop so hard I broke my own headphones. How was that?
Hassan, the flat white, you got a lecture?
You know it. Every single Friday like clockwork.
I'll
How
have
you
it
doing
with
today?
you in a moment. If I can
course.
just, thank you. And she bumbles to the coffee machine.
I pull out my wallet.
You don't have your wallet on you. It's busy today. You know how it is on Friday, especially now that, something's wrong?
Yeah, I look down to see if I dropped it anywhere in my wallet, but I obviously don't. Yeah, I think I just got my wallet nicked.
Oh, do you want me to cover you?
I love that. Yeah. Do
Sure.
you mind holding off on it though? You haven't made it
Okay.
yet. I'll just I'm gonna take a look. See.
We see Hassan go out, find and spot a guy in a tracksuit looking around. He confronts him. There is a brief conversation. He gets the wallet back after spilling some scalding tea on this guy. And you come back with your wallet. You pay for the coffee.
At least this way you don't have to cover me, and I leave a tip.
You always tip better than everyone else. Meanwhile, Bentham,
Mm-hmm.
you get to the offices of Mind Evolution. You're going through the
by the way,
bottom.
I did forget.
Yeah.
As I'm going, I quickly check the eyebrow to see if the cut off part has reappeared.
It has.
Okay, then I check my nail.
It is back to normal.
Ah, damn.
As you open the door to go outside, you're greeted by Florence. Oh, hi. I was, I wanted to
Everything
talk
all right?
to you
Florence?
about, I wanted, the fuse box needs fixing upstairs.
Oh, no problem. I can get right on that.
Thank you. You're such a dear. He
He'll go and
turns
sort
goes
out the
upstairs.
fuse box before he goes.
Yep, at the fuse. Okay. You get to mind evolution. As you make your way upstairs, you find please describe Mindy Long to us again. At this point, Katie.
She's a little bit mousy. Her hair is cut pretty short. She's got glasses on. Her outfit is very professional, but it's like not as high end or bougie like Dr. Thresher's outfit. And she has a very like sheepish demeanor and people pleasing attitude towards everybody she meets.
She's currently going out of one of the back rooms, leaving the door open to the front desk. Sorry, you'll have to come back later. Going through the drawer, pulls out a mini first aid kit.
Is everything all right?
You're not the lawyer, are you? He said he'd be sending lawyers.
No.
If you could, pulls out a notepad, puts it on top of the desk. Leave your details on there. The officers of Mind Evolution will get back to you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. She goes into the back room with the first aid kit, leaving the door ajar.
I'm gonna crane my neck.
You see the form of Teresa Thresher. Giant bruise forming on one side of her face. A bit of blood coming out of her nose. Unconscious on the couch.
I'm gonna. Yeah, he just walks in.
No, you can't.
Well, it's all right. It's all right. I know a little bit of first aid. I didn't realize. I
Oh, do you? Okay, I have no idea what I'm doing.
Wait.
You're unconscious.
Oh, I'm unconscious. Okay.
Sorry.
Never mind.
Go ahead.
He goes up and I have medicine with a specialty in first aid.
That will do the job. Add intelligence to it.
Okay, how do I roll with the specialty? Is that a thing?
Just add +1 to the modifier.
Okay. Medicine, what was the attribute?
Int.
Okay. +1. 2 successes.
You can mark off one of those points of bashing damage as you awaken to see a very large man over the top of you.
I mean, because it's a large man, I'm going to start pushing just because I don't know if it's the man who just punched me in the face.
As a
I'll
woman,
allow
it's very
myself to
disturbing
be
to
pushed.
awaken from a weird situation with a large man on top of you. Yes, okay.
I will allow
Push him back.
myself to be pushed back. Because it probably wouldn't happen otherwise.
And I feel like my eyes would probably start adjusting from the double vision of being unconscious.
You're
And I
all
look
right.
at-
You were just knocked out. I'm not sure exactly what happened. I just came in.
What are you? I try to sit up a little bit. What are you doing here?
You remember me?
Dr. Hackett, right?
All right, excellent.
Yeah, we went to a gay bar together. How could I forget?
Are you a friend?
We met a couple nights ago.
Okay. I'm gonna go look after the front desk.
What, Mindy? What did he say? He tapped me.
He said he was gonna send lawyers. He said you were a crazy person.
Oh, that's
And it was
rich.
just yeah. It's okay. Take some time. If anyone shows up, I'll send them to you. You don't have anything till your book signing at Red Letter, which is at 1, and then you've got the 2 appointments in the afternoon.
Did you cancel the other appointment?
Which appointment?
Wasn't there an appointment after this one today?
Yes, you've got Serafina. She's at 3 until 4.
I'm gonna like get up and start stumbling
Oh,
like
easy,
weird,
easy.
like to
You're
my
just-
desk. It's fine. I gotta check this, and then I'm gonna pull open my computer window
Is there
and.
something wrong? Have I screwed up again?
No, you're great, Mindy. If that man sends his lawyers, tell him that Dr. Fates and I have some people on retainer who would love to have a conversation about his unstable nature and how he attacked his therapist during a session today.
Okay.
And I'm going to scroll through and see if our good friend Wallace Lockwood is coming from 11 to noon.
Who?
You just say who?
Who?
And you just hear me under my breath. No fucking way. And I look over at Dr. Hackett. And I sit in my chair. Why are you here?
Because something
Thank
is
you
going
for-
on, and I think you know something about what it is.
Are you, have you ever, I just like look him up and down. Have you ever seen the movie Groundhog Day?
I know how it works. We met a couple loops ago, let's call it.
Yes, a lot has happened in the last day, if you will.
By the looks of it, a lot has happened in the past few minutes. How did this happen? Do you get knocked out every time?
You know, it's seeming to happen quite a bit more than I would like to admit. I think it did happen yesterday, if you will, as well. Do you want to just close the door so Mindy doesn't hear?
He'll close the door.
Okay. I don't know you that well. I mean, you seem like a very nice man that we talked at Cloister, and how come you know what's happening?
I remember. Seems like you do as well.
I'm remembering more than I would like to currently. What happened to you yesterday? I can't even begin to explain what happened to me yesterday.
Yesterday was... I mean, apart from the fact where I realized I was in some kind of time loop, it went relatively calmly. I did make some interesting observations, though.
Like what? Did you see cars and things falling from the sky too?
No. I did see an invisible person. Well, I didn't see them. I knew they were there, but they were invisible. I couldn't see them. Hold on. Rewind.
At that moment, I take my glasses off and I look at him like, oh, is he not well? Why don't you sit down?
Sure. I'll take a seat. Okay, first things first, we need to establish, are you enlightened?
It's like that scared, like, should I admit this to somebody that I don't know that well, but just based on everything that's happened, you see me take a minute to think about it.
You know
Are
about
you
the...
enlightened?
Yes. I know about the world beyond the mundane.
Okay, then I do too. And there's another man I met. I haven't heard from him today. And I'm going to start searching on my computer for Dr. Hassan's information.
Make me a technology int roll to try and find information on a Dr. Hassan.
There's a man I met
It's unfortunately
yesterday.
a very common surname.
Okay. 1 success.
You wish to willpower those two fails.
You would, this is, I think, up to GM and you, but I did, the coffee cup would have had my first name, not my last.
Did.
So you would know Riyadh as well.
And that he taught at the school, and he was an ethics professor.
Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That will be enough because you would just go to the board of faculty and you can find him.
And
it doesn't have his personal number on there, but it will have the office number.
so yesterday I was looking for things out of the ordinary too, and I met him, and I turn my screen and show off the staff picture, Dr. Hassan.
He
knows what's going on.
That one there?
Make a
Yes.
int resolve memory roll.
Okay. Two.
Two's enough. You don't suffer instability. Yes, he is the man who you briefly noticed at the coffee shop and wasn't there last loop.
I recognize him. I had a theory that he might have been somehow at least affected by, or unaffected by the time loop. I bumped into him a couple days ago, but I didn't yesterday, and I didn't think I had the time wrong.
Yesterday it was almost business as usual, and then we met Dr. Hassan and I for dinner at the Twisted Root, and then we started going through the park, and I don't know how to explain this. Do I know what paradox is inherently?
Yep.
There was a lot of paradox happening and it just kept getting worse. So we tried to get away from the park because we thought it was there. And then in the car, we went around a roundabout and then he was gone. He literally just disappeared.
All right, you definitely had a more eventful time than I did.
And then, and it's like I have this moment to kind of get everything off of my chest. So I went, and I leave out the part about Wallace.
So not everything off your chest.
I just, stuff happened, and then I saw lights in the sky, and it fell into a swamp, and then I got to the swamp, and then these people in police, they weren't police though, hogtied me and gagged me and put things on my hands and threw me in the back of a car, and then I woke up here.
Where was this?
I walk there sometimes. I'm staying in Oakwitch. It's Alfield, what's it called? Alfield Heath?
All right, a little ways south of here. I didn't notice any lights in the sky or anything, but I wasn't looking. I've been indoors most of the time.
Oh, is that a choice?
Well, no, it's just what you would do normally in a day. Yesterday I tried to mostly follow what I'd done the time before. Didn't do it perfectly and look for discrepancies. And the biggest discrepancy I noticed was that you never showed up at Afterglow.
Well, I hope you don't take offense. I just didn't feel like pizza and then going to Cloister was as important as figuring out.
It makes complete sense. I was looking for discrepancies, and you demonstrated clearly that you were one, meaning that you're outside the loop. And apparently, so is this Dr. Hassan. There could be more.
Speaking of Dr. Hassan, we cut to the campus of UCL South, where we see Dr. Hassan making notes on a black SUV that is loitering in the car park. As he trades words with a janitor who walks away, a car pulls up nearby, and a man, red-faced, in a rumpled suit, with a kind of stain on the shoulder, gets out.
Later.
You don't
What are
look
you
good,
doing?
Chester. I'm sitting on a bench eating my lunch.
Fucking diversity hire. Bullshit.
I'm sorry. Excuse me? Say that again.
You're
Monte.
just as bad as all of them.
As bad as all of what? Can I try and insight this lunatic?
Sure.
Sorry.
Insight wits.
Bloody hell.
Two. He has had a very bad morning.
I did not roll anything.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, mate.
Sorry, I was looking at Alfred's one. Whoops. Critical hit. He has had a really bad morning. In fact, as you look at him, he's holding his shoulder kind of oddly. He's trying to turn it away from you. It looks like he's been stabbed in the shoulder.
Fuck,
He's
Chester,
really pissed off.
What happened to you? Hold on, let me get a look at it.
A woman tried to stab me with a pen. I've knocked her out. Bloody woman.
Can I do a medicine check to see if I can try and at least patch him up a bit better?
Well, yeah, okay. Go for it. That's an end.
Of course. Medicine. I like how I keep on looking for the word medicine despite the fact it's right there in front of my face. 1 success.
One. One is enough to, like, you kind of patch it, but it quickly soaks through a little bit. It's not going to help much, but as you're doing this, because it will take a couple of minutes, he's like,
Sure, okay,
sits down, you kind of go over it.
I'm sorry I said before. They're not bad for ragged. It's a very bad morning. I apologize.
Uh-huh. Chester, what exactly did you do to this woman?
I did nothing. She just got very angry at me and stabbed me with a pen. It was like my grief therapist.
You were seeing a therapist, and you're still.
I broke up with my wife last year. to
Yes,
give
we
me
all know that, Chester. You've been taking it out on every single person who walks through these halls. Fuck, man, get your life together.
Make a charisma persuasion check. Or charisma intimidate, maybe. It's up to you.
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to go with charisma persuasion. Thank you for the offer, though. Love to see it. 2 successes.
Well, look, look, it's been a very tough year. I lost my, the one thing I ever cared about. And, well, I'm lost. It's been a very tough year. I'm sorry I took it out on you.
All right. I'll be forgiving. But understand this, you call me a raghead again.
Yes.
A pin in the arm is the least of your problems. Nate, do yourself a favor. Just take a deep breath before you act, right?
Maybe you should be a bloody grief counselor. She was something else.
Who is this woman who you attacked anyway?
I did not. I punched her back as she tried to stab me.
I see.
The famous Teresa Thresher, the one that they put it on the books.
Oh, bloody hell. Well, she didn't get fixed. Go see a new therapist.
I will. I will have my woman rearrange the appointment, and I'll find someone else. I'll have my lawyers on that one. First thing tomorrow, I'll sue her for all she's worth.
Oi, mate, you already attacked a poor woman.
I defended myself. You attacked me with a pen. I left.
You attacked a woman, mate. It's not worth it. It's honestly not worth it.
Manipulation, persuasion.
I'm worse at this. But what does it matter? Let's give it a good go, right? 2 successes.
Fine, I already have a restraining order with my bloody wife. It probably wouldn't look good, you're right. I'll draw up some initial paperwork and maybe scare her into compensation or something.
Right.
Give her a proper fright as she deserves after trying to beat me in the head with a snow globe.
Yeah, never changed, Chester. I pat him on the back and I was like, you're gonna need a new jacket.
This one's ruined. Cost £5,000 and everything.
Right, I have a... Do I even have a class next? I don't think I do.
You have a class now, but you delayed it to take notes and find the guy who stole your wallet.
True. I have a class. And, yeah. And without even another word, in like a really quick step, Hassan just leaves this man, but he does call the number for Mind Evolution. Like, he looks it up on his phone.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, do you know Mind Evolution, though? You know she's working there.
I don't know that she's working there. I mean, I do know she's working there. You're right, but I do know Chester went...
No, he mentioned his therapist. You can look her up, though.
Yeah, I will. I will look her up.
Make a technology int roll.
Technology and int. 3 successes.
Hello, Mind Evolution. Mindy Long speaking on behalf of Dr. Fates, Dr. Rosalini, and Dr. Thresher. How may I help you?
Yeah. This is going to sound strange, but you might have to look out for it. You might need a lawyer.
Is this a threat? Are you threatening me?
No, I'm not. I'm not threatening.
Please don't threaten me, sir.
Ma'am, tell me your name.
Are you trying to find where I live?
No. Tell me your fake name, then.
Teresa?
I like internally sigh because, wow, that's bad. Teresa, listen to me. I've just spoken to a man named Chester. So I know exactly what you've gone through today.
Did he hire you?
He's not hired me. In fact, he's a bloody wanker and I don't want to talk to him ever again. But he did tell me that he is going to threaten you with a lawsuit and try and get compensation out of you. And I talked him down from bloody worse. I'm just warning you because I have a feeling that the poor woman who we probably beat, whose name I don't know, I purposefully lie, and I don't lie well, has probably been through enough. I felt like she deserved some kind of warning.
Okay. I'll let Miss Fresher know.
Yeah. Yeah, give him my name. Riyadh.
Riyadh. Okay. You can hear this, by the way, in the room next door.
I would hear
Riyadh,
it, and then
do you have a last name?
Mindy,
Yes.
why don't you patch him through?
H-A...
Riyadh Ha is on the phone.
S... Oh, bloody hell.
Yes.
Again.
I'll put Mr. Ha through.
Okay. Thank you, Mindy.
Mr. Ha, I'm going to put you through to Teresa
Son-
Thresher.
Okay.
You get this
Mindy, you're not listening, right?
button. He puts a head through the door.
Thank
Want
you.
something?
Just, will you just keep the door closed, please?
Okay.
And I'm going to put it on speakerphone, but turn the volume down a little bit.
Hello. I'm assuming you must be Teresa Thresher. I'm Riyadh Hassan. Sorry, Dr. Thresher. I apologize. I'm Riyadh Hassan. I'm a colleague of
We met.
Chester.
You and I were in the cab yesterday, and are you okay?
I don't usually take cabs. I take the tube. Ma'am, I realize Hassan's a very common name, but, well, to be frank, we're not all the same, you know?
No, we had a coffee around 1 yesterday, and then we went for dinner, and then we went through the park on a very stressful stroll, if you remember, and then the cab ride.
Madam, no offense, but I'm quite... I'm quite gay. I likely would...
It wasn't romantic, Dr. Hassan. It was trying to figure out what's going on.
How do you know I'm a doctor? I didn't say anything.
Because I've met you.
Make me a int resolve, please, Mr. Hassan.
I would be very nervous too, but why not?
Alfred's just watching the Teresa's end of this conversation, very confused and curious.
You know what? I'm going to spend a willpower.
Reroll
Just to
3.
reroll. Yeah, I'd love to. So
6.
that is... Yeah.
Okay, with 6, flashes come back to you, and you recall a good 50% of things that happened. They're jumbled, out of order, confusing. You have a headache. You take a point of bashing damage.
Mm-hmm.
But with 6 successes,
Definitely
you
accompanied by
remember
a
the
dolly shot.
salient points more than the rest of them. If there's a question about if you remember something, you probably do. You probably don't remember what came before and after it, or even the context, but you will remember it.
I took you to York Park. I told you about the node.
Yes, but it very much wasn't a node.
No, there is a node there. It's complicated.
Are you
The node's
okay?
about
What happened?
150 meters further than where you were, by the way.
Yeah. What? I didn't remember.
You were in a cab, and things were not going very well, and then all of a sudden you were there, and then you were not.
Paradox. It's the elastic effect. It boomeranged me back. Fuck, I have a class. Oh,
don't think your
wait,
class is
Chester
very
attacked you?
Oh, yes, he did. Well, yes, he started making misogynistic comments, and he called me a bitch, and amongst other things.
Mate, don't even get me started on that, man. He's called me a raghead more times than I can count.
Well, if we do another loop again, it'd be nice to have another conversation with him.
Why? Why bloody talk to that man at all?
You know, there's just ways. I feel like there's this big secret I'm keeping because the phone number wasn't in my bag. It's very apparent things do not say permanent, but that my next patient that just happened to kill himself in the last loop is not coming in today, and I'm going to keep that quiet.
Did you say that?
I just
not
on
gonna
the
know.
phone?
I don't know. Yes, but he comes in for my first appointment, and every time he's just the worst person.
I wish I could say it was the wife, but honestly, he was like this before. He was just a bit nicer about it. Okay, we can't have this conversation on the phone. What was that restaurant you liked? Mangled Root or something.
Twisted Root, or we could meet you at the Red. Oh, this is Dr. Hackett, and I like gesture to Dr. Hackett to say hello.
I take the phone. Hello, I'm Dr. Hackett. I'm in on this whole time loop thing.
Hackett's gone to UC. Hackett is one of the. He's taught at UCL, right?
Nope. I don't think you will have ever met him, because we bumped into each other at the cafe and didn't recognize each other. Then we were just two people.
He doesn't have status or anything with any overlapping, so.
Right. Okay, so you've gone and got yourself another friend. Okay. Doesn't matter. We just need to find a place and we need to find it quiet. What's a place that we can...
I personally would like to stay away from the park first thing this morning. Why don't we go, and I pull up a map, a Google map.
Just come to UCL. University College London, the South Campus. I've got Carell up here in the library. We can lock the door, it'd be fine.
Okay.
If needed, I do have a place not too far away.
Why the bloody hell did you say? Fine. Address.
I'll give them the address to my flat.
Okay.
Okay, then how about I don't have anything until at this point, does any of it matter? It probably does matter a little bit.
It matters if the time loop stops. Then probably whatever we did last stays canon, so to speak.
Yeah, it's best not to do anything that you wouldn't be happy to let have happened.
Yeah, don't go around murdering anyone.
I have 1 to 2. I have the book signing. Should I continue to go to the book signing?
I mean, that's up to you.
It depends on how
you said
much
to not
of a
do anything.
problem it would be to miss it. You're gonna get
Just postpone it till tomorrow.
people know
Here's the
Totally
thing.
can't make it
signings,
go through
right?
voicing. Yeah.
Well, you just said you shouldn't murder somebody, so why would we deviate from any of it?
Because we need to figure out what this is to stop it. Look,
A day of skipped psychology appointments isn't going to ruin your life, right?
neither is a day of skipped classes or a skipped... I'm sorry, what do you do, Alfred? Never mind.
It's I tutor. He doesn't even show up today anyway. He's ill.
Let's just go talk this out. There's a lot I need to fill you in on, Dr. Hassan, and I'd prefer to just sit down somewhere. Do you have coffee at your house? Or your flat?
I've got coffee, yeah.
Okay. We're going to make a very strong pot of coffee.
We'll gather, we can compare notes and puzzle this thing out.
Yeah. I'll see you then. Then I hang up. I call up Cameron and say, I'm ill.
Okay. You want all to go to Hackett's?
Yeah, on the way out, I'm going to say to Mindy, can you cancel all of my appointments for the rest of the day?
You want me to cancel Seraphina and Miss, what was her name? Miss
The new patient, right? Yeah,
Miss Locke.
yes.
Oh, that's Florence Locke, isn't it?
I can't divulge personal details.
Yes.
It's Florence Locke. She told
I
me about
I can't
the
tell
appointment.
you.
She told me about the
Mindy.
appointment. It's fine.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. Usually we were not allowed to share that info. Again, we have to make sure that we don't say patients' names out loud in the sitting area because of HIPAA law, remember? It's going to be okay. I think it'll be just fine, Mindy.
I'll forget the names. Scouts Honor or whatever.
Okay, easier said than done. But just cancel the appointments and just take the rest of the day off, Mindy.
I will. But what if Dr. Rossellini needs to?
I have a feeling that you might be okay with that today.
Okay. I'll do so. I'll let you know if the lawyer's cool.
Yes, please just do let me know about that. And I'm gonna turn and head out the door and literally make a mental note. I already killed someone and I had a very close call this morning. It's probably best that I do not see other patients today, such as Seraphina Asquith.
Okay. We cut to Hackett's Haven, where outside, Dr. Hassan is waiting as Dr. Thresher and Dr. Hackett arrive to greet Dr. Hassan.
Doctor?
Doctor?
Doctor.
I think we met briefly
Okay.
bumping into each other at the cafe a couple loops back.
Yeah, I remember that. You're a rather hard man to forget.
I do leave a big impression. As I
How
let
tall
us in.
are you? How tall are you?
I don't know what I said as my height. I think I did have a height. I think it's somewhere in the region of 6 foot.
You're okay. I'm trying to not have a complete panic attack about all of this.
I'm 5'11".
I was hogtied last night and thrown to the back of a vehicle.
It's all right. Well, I mean, I know already that nothing happens in the loop to this place. It's still standing at the end of the day, so you're all right.
Okay.
Well, I don't feel very. Got hit in the face today.
I hook my cane on like a coat hook. All right, I think what we need to all do, sit down, talk about what we know, take a deep bloody breath.
Yes, I've got the perfect thing, and I go into my lab and I wheel out the blackboard.
By the way, Thresher, I am sorry for disappearing last night. If I could have controlled it, I would have. My apologies.
It's fine. It was a weird evening, and I'm just glad that you are, in fact, in one piece and not. I don't know what happened to you. I thought that maybe you had a special talent that let you teleport or something.
You're thinking of my mentor. No, correspondence is more of an interest, not a specialty.
Well, either way, it would have been more upsetting if you had just left me there and defend for myself. So I guess it seems like you don't remember everything.
It's back in bits and pieces. Some of the most important things are still there. I remember most of our conversations. It's just completely jumped out of order. Oh, bloody hell. I told you about my husband. I don't usually do that.
You did.
Well, now you've told me.
Oyster. Yes. Teresa, you mentioned something about Cloister, and I mentioned something about finding my husband there. Meeting my husband there for the first time. I know it's hard to imagine, but I was a very different man. I take off my green cord jacket and push up my sleeves just to reveal bulging muscles, tons of hair, and a lot of tattoos that clearly go way up.
I do actually have some interesting observations about Cloister, but we should probably work through things in a degree of order.
Yeah, we probably should.
I'd make a note of the tattoos or can I roll to see if I'm observant enough to catch his
You've rolled up the sleeves. You
Can I
see them.
spot anything interesting about the tattoos? I'm
Make
I'm
him an
aware that this
occult
guy's a mage,
intelligence.
so
I don't even think they're a focus. They're just there.
but if they've got relevance. These successes.
They're related to the Alibatine, right?
No, I kind of pattern them off of. If you go to certain masjids and mosques in other parts of the world, you'll notice that there's lattice screens that cover the walls in very geometric patterns, usually in star shape, and then triangles forming out of that. So there's a symbol. There's a sort of matching sort of pattern going up his arm that you'd probably recognize from patterns on the outsides of mosques and the like. It's very Arab architecture-esque.
Okay. 3 successes. Based on what he said, there are a number of different sects of mage that grew out of the Middle East and like near Asia. Some which do specialize in correspondence, and they tend to be very focused around Islam. And his tattoos definitely have an Islamic root. You kind of notice that. There's possibly some overlap. Although you don't know the exact sect. But
Okay.
that would be the occult crossover.
Yeah, Allah. Okay. So first things first, I start every morning getting my wallet nicked.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, bloody prick, too. Sorry. Probably. I've had a frustrating day.
My start's pretty simple. I'm just here getting breakfast.
The spell. Thresher, remember, York Park, we had the spell. We got together, you tested the bounds of it. You found mind, I found spirit.
Yes.
But there were spheres we couldn't...
Ones we couldn't detect. Maybe
Alfred,
Dr.
I need
Hackett?
you to reach out your senses. Look upon us, look upon yourself. There should be something there. If you remember things, it should be there. Find out what it is. Tell me what you see.
I hadn't actually... It was one of the things I considered, but I hadn't actually thought to check if there was some kind of effect on me. Spell, as you call it. I can see what I can find. I'm going to attempt to detect an effect upon me that is either life or matter.
You get out your theroscope and you're like...
Yep, you see, like, I pull out a book and flip open it. I'm like checking for the alterations to your own ether.
Can I do an occult check?
Sure. Occult in.
This is weird for a mage. This is not normal.
Right about now, you might notice that, like, in through the door that I wield the blackboard is like an old heavy wooden, like, kind of lab style table sort of deal, and there's like flasks on it and like weird spinny things and like sparking things, all sorts of strange experiments.
With 3, something rooted in the technocracy. Like, he might either be an old-fashioned technocrat, or he could be part of the traditions. Again, you don't really have a basis in the traditions yourself. The Alibertines split off ages ago. So, you know they're also parts of the traditions which defected from the technocrats. He could be either a very old-fashioned technocrat, which is less likely, or possibly a tradition mage who defected from the technocrat, or at least whose origin, like, sect defected.
I keep an eye on him.
I want to check for a life or matter effect on myself.
Okay. You've got 2 points in both, so whichever and whiz.
Okay. Two.
You wish to willpower 2?
Yeah, it's worth the go. Two
Okay.
more, 4 successes.
4 successes. There's no matter or life component.
Yeah, as I kind of scan myself and kind of check how like the arcing lightning kind of moves and then kind of consult my book. I'm like, as far as I can tell, there's no kind of alterations to my etheric biology, chemistry, anything like that.
Sorry,
no effects of that
repeat
sense.
that first phrase again. Biology?
Yeah, there's no biological alterations to to the ether or anything.
What?
I did do some testing, and it seemed like biological alterations, either through manipulating ether or simply by just cutting hair, didn't remain throughout the loops. But it does seem like, obviously, the fact that we remember the loops, there's some kind of noetic element involved.
I'm going to straight up ask it. Are you fucking technocracy, mate?
No! The technocracy, absolutely not.
Well, you're going on about noetic science. You think I don't know what that means?
Yeah, I guessed you were some sort of magical type. Yes, I'm one of the Sons of Ether.
Wait a second. Do you think last night the people who bound my hands and my face and threw me in the back of the car, do you think they're technocracy?
You didn't mention anything about binding your hands.
I did to him. I guess I did not to you. I'm sorry. There's been a lot that's happened.
It's
now
all
you
right.
mention it, that's the kind of thing someone would do to suppress someone's abilities.
Still could be traditions though, just an outlying branch, or could even be something like
They called me a
worked for
deviant.
vampires.
Does that trigger like a thing for me?
What's your occult score?
My occult is 1, but I do have a couple flaws related to the technocracy.
Yeah, you would probably know that technocracy referred to traditional mages as reality deviants.
Just out of interest, would I know that?
You would definitely know that.
Yeah, that's the technocracy.
It makes sense that they'd have their fingers in this mess on account of it being a mess.
So, just so everybody's on the same page, we parted ways, Dr. Hassan, and then I was very injured and got through the rest of my night. But then when it was dark, I saw lights in the sky, and then it looked like a comet crashed into the earth. And I went to go investigate it because, that was just how my day was going. And I get there, I was hiding from them. There were hazmat suits. They were wearing fake cop uniforms, and they spotted me. They did not fall for my, honestly, great performance of, I'm a wounded woman who needs help, unfortunately. And then they ran a scanner over me to see if I was infected.
Infected?
Wait,
that's what they said.
Up. Where was this?
Alfield. Gosh, I can never remember what it's called. Alfield.
Oldfield. Little Oldfield?
Oldfield Heath. Yes. The swamp.
Alfred's gonna like run off and look for a road map. Probably
Riyad's gonna
some
do
old A road map in a drawer somewhere.
You find an old A road map. It doesn't have as many buildings on it. Just a lot of empty roads. But yeah, it's marked.
I would like to do a wits insight check because we left, I remember this, near Red Home Industrial, and they were injured that badly and walked all the way to Oldfield Heath by themselves without stopping in between, going on with the rest of their no. That's a gap.
Make a manipulation subterfuge roll then, please.
Manipulation subterfuge?
No, Teresa Thresher needs to. You make a wits insight.
Understood.
Completely oblivious to this, Alfred is laying out this AA map and being like, can you point out exactly where these people were?
I'd like to willpower that.
Oh.
For success.
Just 3.
3 versus 4. Yeah. Oh, she sounds like she had a really terrible night. Like, by the sounds of it, she seems to be covering up quite how injured she was. But it sounds like she also had a terrible paradox time and was left in a horrible state, having to walk all the way over there before seeing this, and then getting roughed up. She actually seems pretty peeved about the treatment of the technocracy on top of everything that night. Yeah.
Did you pass out?
Well, first thing, when you disappeared from the taxi, I made him stop. I got out, and then, I just started bleeding from my nose and eyes, because that's just how my day was going. And then I tried walking back to my Airbnb, but apparently everywhere I turn, there's just another risk for more bleeding from my face. And so I tried to sit down and rest and find a spot to just be for a while and not increase more chances of that. And then when something like that happened, I took my heels off and I walked. I had to cross a river, but very carefully because, I didn't want to be bleeding from somewhere else. And then I get there, and then they just don't even give me the time of day and rough me up, and they stuck me with something, and then I woke up in the office with Chester.
I raise my hand near her shoulder, and not seeing any resistance, I'll gently, rub her shoulder in support. That sounds like hell. I am so sorry.
it's like a wave of guilt kind of washes over me too, because there's a huge gap I'm not telling them about where I magically coerced someone to kill themselves. And then I just heated up a meal to have when I saw the lights in the sky. So like there's a wave of guilt, but I'm used to doing this kind of thing. So I take my hand and put it on top of his. It's fine. I'm here. I still don't feel 100%, but I would really like for this day to stop happening.
I once had a day like that.
Well, that day stopped. This one will stop in, and he checks his watch, around about 16 hours. I marked the times, and he goes over and like gets the. In fact, he probably put that on the blackboard. Like he's like, I marked the moments. I watched the clock for the exact moment that it went over. It was 2:51 a.m. and we immediately arrived in 9:37 a.m.
Yeah,
So
that
it's a
matches.
17 and a half hour loop. There's kind of no particular noticeable points. I don't know why it would be that sort of time.
Well, I mean, okay. I think the smartest thing to do is see if someone's actually making this reoccur intentionally, or if it's just a reoccurring spell. So it means one of us tonight needs to stay up till 2:51, seeing if it happens on the exact same dot.
True.
Start
There's a
time's roughly the
possibility
same.
that it could be. The
And there's a
butterfly
paradox
effect could affect if like there's two possibilities really. Is that someone is deliberately making things loop over and over, and that is their choice, or they're trying to make things loop once, but then everything happens the same for them and they loop it again.
Not likely. Teresa and I noticed something the other night. We were walking through York Park. I mentioned that there was a spell upon me, a spirit spell with other spheres. I asked Teresa to check hers just like I did you. She found a mind. Teresa, do you mind explaining it?
I don't know how to. Are you talking about how you were almost incapacitated?
No, I'm talking about. Right. Remember, you looked using your skills with what we call the mind sphere.
So we went to the park, and I focused and I tried to feel the energy around me and see what might be playing on us. You have to get in tune with yourself.
Yeah.
Your aura, if you will. I mean, in hippie woo-woo terms.
Alfred rolls his eyes.
But it works.
Honestly, I think Hassan does too.
It's the best way to put it, though. We all have, as much as you'd like to admit it or not, an aura in what we're capable of. You just got to get in touch with that.
Well, it's a your etheric imprint, that sort of thing.
Or a soul.
Sure, you can call it that.
Do you think people really have souls, though?
Yes, I do.
Huh. I mean, there is something, some sort of impression on the ether, but it depends on
Something...
You could call it a soul. It acts like a soul would act in a sense.
Look, I'm a theology professor. I could talk all day about souls and about, my personal belief in souls and how the Nur of Allah lights us up, blah, 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 blah. But frankly, I don't think that's what you want to hear right now. Go on, Teresa.
As he says that, a faint flicker of light just appears around him and halos a little bit.
See? Auras.
What?
You're glowing.
I mean, there was something, but I'm sure it's tangible and measurable.
There's a lot of things in life that you cannot measure. And I think if you can just get in touch with who you are, you can maybe help us figure out what's causing this.
And then the mind effect, it was storing our memories and letting us re-access them at the beginning of each loop. It was designed specifically for a loop. That's what I was getting at.
Incidentally, can anyone with paradox, so I think there's only 2 of you, roll me to reduce paradox? You can roll 2 dice. You should have done this at the beginning of the loop, but I forgot.
Reduce paradox. No modifiers, I'm assuming. Oh, no, I do not have a modifier for that.
So I put a 2 on this reduce and then...
You put a +1, sorry. We'll take the first 2 dice. You reduce 2 paradox, Riyadh.
Okay. That's weird.
+2. Yeah, I
Nice,
should have
good
stated
rolls.
it is please roll with a +1 modifier. But yes, you both reduce 2 paradox.
Not too shabby.
And that would have happened at the very beginning of the loop. My apologies.
Getting your pins and needles out.
I feel a little bit
Enjoy.
better. Maybe some of this is talk therapy. Has some merit to it.
I
So-
think it's just what us teachers do whenever we get together and complain about our students or Chester. It's just nice to feel like you're amongst colleagues.
It's been so lonely since I've been here.
I know he's a son of Ether. What are you?
Oh, Euthanoi.
I'm sorry, you Thanet?
Feel free to make a cult intelligence
Gonna
check.
make one of those. It's Euthanatoy, right? That's the
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah, how do you say it?
Euthanatoy.
Euthanatoy.
I'm not gonna
We
willpower
both
that.
got a
I
one.
think it actually might be because it's Greek. It might be they are the Euthanatoi. You are a Euthanatus, maybe. I don't know.
Euthanatus,
It's Greek.
okay.
It's all Greek to me. One, you vaguely know the name Dr. Hassan. Alfred, you maybe know the name and that there's kind of a grim reputation around them, but that's about it. You would know that their dominant sphere is entropy.
Would I know their Middle Ages name, considering that's roughly what, like, we left shortly after the name change?
Potentially, you might know the old name. Yeah.
Just out of interest. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Oh yeah, you are Euthanatos. You are singular Euthanatos.
Okay. Euthanatos.
You're. I'm sorry. I know a little about the name. It sounds very close to euthanize, for one.
Oh, it's a little bit deeper than that. There's more to it.
Yeah, it's Greek.
It's just we focus on a lot of rebirth, and death isn't always a bad thing. And there's fate and destiny and all that kind of stuff plays into it. But in a way, death helps make way for a new future.
Anyway, traditions. You were alone this entire time? Fates didn't even tell you. That's right. You said your name. Interesting. Fates. Fates didn't even tell you about the technocracy?
I know a little bit. I'm still. Dr. Fates has kept me very isolated. And now I'm here, and normally he would be my point of contact, but he's gone. So.
Well, fuck him. We're your points of contact now.
From what I
I
hear,
mean, I don't-
there's less enlightened knocking about these days. It's harder to keep up with the full scope of technocracy, traditions, and that kind of thing. But apparently
I
they're
know
up to
all of-
something.
I know all about hidden information, trust me on that. The technocracy is always up to something, but they've been warned, especially coming to London.
Perhaps
place is a-
maybe he didn't know. He's a very intelligent, and he's taught me everything I know. And he left me in charge of his clinic where he normally resides. So maybe this is all news to him as well.
You probably won't be able to reach him out there. That'd be my
I've tried.
guess.
I tried calling and I've tried texting and nothing.
Yeah, we need to establish the limits of this effect we're under. You were saying before that there's some kind of effect on us.
Yeah,
Seemed like it was
mind,
noetic.
spirit, something else.
Okay, noetic, mimetic, that kind of thing.
Yeah, noetic dimensional sciences. He seems to know these terms way too well. And some things I couldn't track.
Alright, do we know what it's doing? And I start writing things out on the blackboard.
So the mind effect is allowing us to retain our memories at the start of each loop. Spirit effect.
Interesting that that's intentional. Up till now, I was running on the assumption, admittedly, with other options available, that it's simply that we were enlightened, that we were aware of what was going on.
Doesn't seem like it to me. Can I try one more time to try and figure out what the spirit effect is? I failed 2 rolls.
If you would like to spend, you know what, if you wanted, because you've done 2 rolls, you could spend the remainder of the day studying if you wanted, because you've spent, effectively an action, a scene. You can then take it to the day threshold.
I think I'll keep it in the back of my mind. I'll pull out a notebook and just scribble things down, slowly testing as we have this conversation. I don't know the spirit effect. I'll do my best to figure it out.
While
Same as
they're
everything else.
talking, can I, in that kind of rude person on their phone kind of way, I want to Google Wallace, and I want to see if there's an obituary, if there's anything about him.
What's his last name?
Pulling up my timetable. Wait, did you change my timetable already?
No.
Wallace Lockwood. Okay.
That's the timetable best you remember it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Google Wallace Lockwood. Make me a technology int roll.
Because I feel like this is a pretty big piece of information that I'm keeping from them. 3 success.
You look up Wallace Lockwood, Google. You get a few results. None of them the right person. You look at like local news reports, looking for like any like obituary or cause of death. None. You find no trace of the Wallace Lockwood you were looking for. You could widen the scope if you want.
I'd probably just be like lost in my phone or talking about important ties to things, and I'm gonna just.
You know what? With 3, you do find something.
Okay.
You find an obituary. Mrs. Lockwood died peacefully on her sleep the other night. She is succeeded by her one and only daughter, Eliza Lockwood.
Well, that sucks. So I essentially just erased Wallace Lockwood, what seemingly feels like exists like from existence. I'm gonna keep this to myself.
So we can cross off.
As you learn that in their presence, I will need you to make me a composure manipulation roll, actually. And I would like the 2 of you to make insight rolls.
Of course. I would love to.
Oh my god.
Oh,
That's
that's
true.
so many dice, and you got 1 success.
Oh my god.
2.
1.
Oh.
Oh, wait, you rolled too many die. You rolled 8 die. It should be manipulation, composure.
That's what I did. I did manipulation, then I selected composure.
Did you add anything to the modifiers? Did I add it for you?
No,
Did
it was
you do
0.
manipulation by mistake?
I don't believe so. Here, I rolled it again.
Oh
Well,
my
buddy,
god.
Okay, that's correct. So that one is correct. Unfortunately,
Okay,
that means we do have
sorry,
to
I
take
guess
that one.
Okay.
Wow.
6. You are
Right.
stone-faced, and they do not notice.
So we know from you that it doesn't have material sciences or life sciences. He's purposefully using the technocracy terms, not his own knowledge. Chaos theories, not included. Force-based paraphysics, not included. Data, not included. No, he wouldn't have said data. He would have said void correspondence, not included.
Okay, so these are still different terms than what
They're slightly different, but
Alfred
they are
knows.
technocracy.
But he parses them.
You
I
would
think probably-
recognize the technocracy terms.
Yeah. And it's like interesting that you'd refer to them in exactly that way, and he's writing on the board etheric chemistry, no, etheric biology, no, contiguous ether, no. There was an experiment that I performed just before the time ticked over. I cut some hair, and that didn't stay. That makes sense for the etheric biology. But then I also altered my etheric biology, and that didn't remain, despite the fact that I think I did so effectively enough that it should have. That leads me to believe that there is no component of metaphysical ether. And then he pauses, he's like, you'd call it prime.
Yeah, I know.
So
It's-
you're saying that nothing is staying when the loop continues.
Yes, even if we altered the ether or cast a spell, it doesn't remain over time once the loop loops.
But I
Why
imagine
did you say that in air quotes?
You people like to call them spells or incantations or whatever. It's not what I
And
would
what do you call
them.
it?
Well, it's alterations to the ether. I don't know. I don't kind of group everything
Is your
under
magic-
the term spell. I guess I can use spell for your benefit though. It'll make it simpler.
I say, pointing at the board, you might want to check off, what is it? Temporal time. Just write down time. It's definitely including time.
Yeah, time, causality. Yeah, that's fine. He
I'm
does
staring
just write
daggers.
time that time.
At Dr. Hackett at the moment. Because he also said I could call spells to make it simpler. So I'm like trying to breathe through it like it's fine. I need these people to help me. It's just zen out.
I
for
won't
a
require a
second.
bloodthirsty roll, but it is tempting.
Little does Hackett know how close he is to being murdered.
Oh, speaking of which, you did a roll for your jealousy
I didn't
avatar
do
thing,
the-
and we didn't do the dissociation roll.
Yeah.
Okay, make me the dissociation roll now.
Uh-oh.
I believe it normally has a plus one modifier because you used the thing once, but also you now have a point of
Quiet.
willpower more, or whatever. So whatever it was. No wait, your paradox has gone down. So fill in the 2 paradox again.
Okay. Well,
Then
I have
hit
4
dissociation
paradox.
plus fun.
I have 4 paradox.
Yeah. So go back up to 6. Hit dissociation with a -1. Is it?
Okay.
Let me just check this before we do that. Avatar. There we go. Gain a bonus. You must be, with penalty. So -1 penalty on this.
Okay.
Your quiet goes up to 2.
Uh-oh.
That's not good, you know? I'm just kind of having a little bit of a mental break over here. Don't mind
It
me.
just means that more fun things will happen.
Oh boy.
Yep.
Take it in a positive light. You know what I mean?
And you can now remove this paradox again.
Okay. I took them off.
Okay, so I'm not entirely sure on metaphysics. On Prime, it should be noted that he probably didn't learn these spheres in English either.
Oh god,
But-
multiple layers of translation going on.
So much translation. But for now, let's say no to it. That still leaves us with 3 spheres, one of whose effect we know, one that we don't, and one that we theorize is included, but since none of us are time mages, bloody time mages.
Doesn't make sense that one of them is responsible for this mess. The question I
one
have
of them.
now is there one effect or multiple? Is there a global effect on Webley? And also these effects on us to make us immune to it? Or is it simply one thing? Only we are actually traveling back at the end of each loop, and everything else isn't.
That's the difference, right? There's 2 theories, basically. There's a global reset. So time is actually progressing just fine. Webley's time isn't. It just resets. Then there's these being sent back in time. There are 2 options when it comes to the reset. One, if the world undergoes a reset. So things like if you scrolled in graffiti on a wall, they disappear. The other is that the people go through a reset, but the wall doesn't, which means the graffiti is still there and just no one knows who caused it, unless of course you're that person. I think that one's a bit more likely if it's a reset. Or alternatively, it could be it could be time travel. But if we're to do that, then there's again 2 options, and most of them include just the people in this room. Because let's face it, if you're sending people back in time anyways, you're not going to send rather sleepers back in time. You're going to send the people who you're, I don't know, experimenting on back in time. If that's the case, then is it our bodies being sent back or our minds themselves? Judging by the lack of life, I'm going to guess it's just our minds.
You say
Which means that-
experimenting. There is a person I have encountered 2 times in the loop now, at the same time in the same place, which means it seems like they are subject to the loop, and yet they speak as if they know they're in one. They're just raving in the middle of the road, a little ways east of here. Teresa, you saw them on the first loop. Well, before we knew it was a loop. They were raving in the street. They were talking about a failed experiment, and they said it's going to reset.
Okay, but that's I don't know. It's city
Give a name.
ramblings. It's something. Did you talk to them or?
Yeah, so on the second loop, I talked to them, and they were a little bit wary, but they said a little more. Nothing specific, but they said that there were people that were doing an experiment, and that it had failed, and so there was going to be a reset.
Hackett. Name. Do you have a name?
I didn't get their name. But
Appearance.
they'll be there. They'll be there again. They're not changing each loop, but somehow they know.
Appearance. Does she have an appearance?
She's in a.
I don't think you ever said their pronouns.
Yeah, like it's a woman. She's in a. Are you saying that?
Our pronouns are actually she, they. So, be either.
I thought we switched that.
Oh no, you're right. We switched them. So it's she only. It's Ellen who is she, they. Yes, we switched. Yeah. Sorry.
By the way, Alfred would just assume she, having not been able to get any more conversation. It's just, and he's gonna describe what he remembers. Like they're in a big heavy coat, a little bit disheveled, ranting in the middle of the street. They'll be there again.
Okay, then maybe that's something we should investigate more.
I go through Avery Walker's Instagram page. I pull up a relatively recent photo. That her?
Okay. The most recent photo is.
Out of date.
They're relatively old, kind of when she went off the grid, but yeah, it's her.
Oh
her?
yeah, that's the person. How do you know them? Have you met them in the loops?
Student of mine, Avery Walker. She used to be in one of my ethics classes, then she went. Some people have been using the term batty. Gaga.
When about?
Mad. Not too long ago. It was just last year she was perfectly normal. Next summer she arrived, well, rather whopping cross.
So
It's all relative. We're all a little batty.
It absolutely, but especially us. But look, Avery was a perfect student, and then she went through something, and everything about her changed. I don't want to mess with her unless she's fragile, Hackett, and she may be a form
was
student.
getting a
She's
little
still
wary,
student.
so I just backed off and moved away on the off chance that things did matter between loops.
I can try and talk to her.
I wonder if this is a person that is perhaps partially enlightened. They didn't get the full story, but they got something, so they're able to be in tune with these things, but not. I mean, maybe they're fully enlightened and they just are not subject to the same effect that we are.
Avery could also be special.
They talked about hearing voices, and they knew a reset was coming. Like, it could be that they are just someone who is mad and happens to be right, but it's an awful coincidence.
You're right. Look, some people, and I've known this in my experience, and I'm not talking about as a teacher, some people who are good, and I mean good as close to great as one can be, sometimes those people already have something. Their avatar does something. Enlightened genius does something, pushing them towards a certain direction. It doesn't enlighten them, but they can see more. Seers and other, they're not necessarily mages, but there's something, you know what I mean? Could be possible Avery's one of them.
On the cusp of the great discovery. They know that there's something there, but they don't yet understand what. That could be what it is.
Reaching out in the
Can
dark.
I just say, in my professional opinion, it can also just be someone who did go a little batty. It could be a red herring.
But
She's just saying the right thing on of all the days, the coincidence.
I can't
lines
help
up.
but being intrigued by the fact that what they're raving about is a sort of explanation for what's going on. That someone is performing an experiment, and when it fails, they're looping it, and it's failing every time.
You ever heard the story of the Jinn?
I
Can't
don't
say
think
that I have.
They possess people, supposedly, but they're also gods. We used to worship them back before we knew about Allah. I'm basically, a lot of this is allegory, but the Jinn are real. when someone used to go mad back in these countries, back in these places, we used to call them possessed by jinn. We didn't just say that they were mad. We said that they were taken over by a god or something akin to one. Sometimes even the people we assume are the most broken or the most damaged have a lot of hidden genius that we've just yet to listen to. The jinn aren't real, so that's a separate thing.
Well, it doesn't hurt to
Fair
talk to her more.
Yeah, I
Someone
think
she's familiar with would be good.
Oh, hey, that's a brilliant point. Is she was wary of me. At a certain point, I had to just leave it, or she might run off or something. So
I mean,
if you approach her, you'll probably get way more progress.
Yeah, but to be fair, as much as I appreciate all the work you put in, you do cut a quite imposing fit. Well, then again, so do I.
That's fair. That's understandable. I think if we come to it, it probably is best that I stay out of sight and you just see what you can learn.
She wouldn't remember. Unless she has a spell on her too.
I mean, stay out of sight so I don't, scare her off or something.
And there's the paradox field.
Yes, I do want to hear more about that. I hadn't yet got to testing the spatial limits of this in any kind of real capacity, but I know that there is one. I tried synchronizing my phone with the clock servers, and it seemed to work, and yet there was something strange. There was a disconnect, like it would mean that like California is out of the range of this spell, which makes sense.
If it is a localized thing, a localized effect, you wouldn't have it on a grand scale. Too damaging, too much paradox. Even for the technocracy, that's a bit bold. Shit.
You said you ran in... Oh, go on.
Is this later than the time I called the neighbor back in the loop previous?
You asked your neighbor to do, what was it?
Call me the next day at 5 o'clock, and he knowing that I knew him, he put it on his calendar.
It isn't 5 o'clock yet.
But if he already put it on his calendar, even if we're repeating the same day, if that kind of thing stays permanent.
Okay. There has been nothing happened so far.
I call up my neighbor in London, though.
Okay.
I think the first thing we should do is figure out the paradox field.
Hello? Oh, Mr. Hassan. Mr. Hassan, how can I help?
How are you doing, Edgar?
I'm doing okay. All the bones,
Oh, yeah. Remind me, I'll pick you up some more painkillers. Do you mind checking your calendar for me? Something tomorrow should be.
Calendar? Have I forgotten something again?
No. I think I've forgotten something. I need your help.
Why would you forget something on my calendar? Oh, is it my birthday? No. There's nothing on my calendar for today.
Tomorrow?
My daughter should be coming round or something. But nothing on my calendar. Why?
How's your daughter doing?
Oh, she's doing okay. You know how it is. They're looking after me.
Of course. Edgar, listen, I'd love to catch up, but I'll have to call you back.
You young ones, you're busy with your own thing. I get it.
Oh, you know me. Always got something else on the timetable. Hey, listen up. Let me know what you need. I'll pick it up from the store on my way back.
Oh, that's okay. I wouldn't want to worry you. My daughter's gonna come and sort it out for me anyway. She should be getting here soon. But thank you for the offer, Mr. Hassan. You were a very nice man.
Of course, Edgar.
Okay. Goodbye. I will talk to you later.
Well,
anything interesting?
Yesterday I asked him to leave a note on his calendar. I think it was for today or tomorrow. I don't know why. Call me at 5. Not only did he not call me at 5, which is why I think I might have told him tomorrow, but, well, it wasn't on his calendar. So, there's either a really good mind effect or magical effect going on, or, well, we're being sent back in time.
It would suggest that he is also subject to it, in spite of the fact that he lives quite far away, right?
He wouldn't be subject to it. It's literally just us being sent back in time. No one is being subjected to anything except for us.
For him to respond to you is... Oh, you mean if it's just us going back, then...
Yeah.
Did Hassan feel when the static happened? Did that like register for him or like anyone else?
Oh, if you noticed it, sure.
I mean, we heard the static sound. Did like when that happened?
Yeah.
It happened.
Okay. So we did we all experienced that.
Sun's
If you heard it, you heard it.
Okay. When you made the call, there was that strange. There was something strange about it.
I just assumed it was my phone. It's been shite.
No,
Mine's
I
been
heard it
working.
too, as if I was there. That seems like something's happening when we're trying to reach outside of what the limits might be. When I tried to synchronize with iPhone time stuff, there was a strange sensation then. I haven't had that when I've tried TV. I forgot about this, and he turns the TV on. I tried to memorize what the programs were yesterday and see if they would change this time. If the if the TV station is in the close vicinity, then that might have the programs on it. Still, some of those would have to be brought in from outside, like the daily
You turn the
news
TV on?
programs. Yeah, he's turned it on. He's watching them, like flicking through.
Oh boy!
Oh god, he just turns it off.
Oh!
No, that's the same as before.
Channel. I cannot wait.
Is that the same as it was last?
It's the same show.
Is it the right time for it to be the same show?
It's the right time, sure.
Okay. Yeah, the TV is unchanged, and I mean,
Why
I suppose
are you watching the Disney Channel?
that's just what I just picked one at random.
And you picked fucking Mickey. Okay. There's more than one effect likely to be going on here. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
So say-
the next one.
Time spell is
So
unrelated.
the next one I want to look into is the what could be boundaries. What you were talking about, Teresa, and he's gonna like flatten out the map and be like, we need to mark where you encountered this kind of barrier of paradox, and probably timestamps as well, just in case there's kind of alterations over time.
As we passed Cloister, we got one. We stepped out of the paradox field, i.e., I stopped having to roll dice, and I marked the location in my head, the location of a recognizable landmark. I put that on the map.
Okay. You remember it was this building here with the use of Google Street View.
Mm-hmm.
That building there.
Does the static effect happen just now?
Yeah, that's not my phone this time.
If you were looking it up on Google Street View and you heard a static effect, sure.
Oh, right, on Street View, okay.
Oh, 1 second. I call it Chicken and Chips place in, I don't know, Crystal Palace. I don't know why I have their phone number, okay?
Oh,
There it is again.
mate, do you want chicken and chips? We got chicken and we got chips.
Yeah, wrong number.
All right, no
Yeah.
problem, mate.
It's anything on the internet that where time is relevant. It's like Street View because it doesn't update on a daily basis, but it probably timing will somehow
No.
still matter.
They check every once in a while. Rove through. It's the satellites that change, and those happen actively.
So you say that out in towards Yorick Park, though it was stronger, and then when it was only when you were past Cloister that it was stopped.
At one point, they thought about going to Shaken, and that was a terrible idea, and they decided not to.
Why would you even do that? It doesn't seem to make sense
Comes
at
the
all.
voice in your head. There was another one, just Integris. While we passed Integris on the left-hand side,
Oh, I know
taxi
that
kept
place.
going down. Yeah, towards Oakwich, and
Okay, but,
we.
but wait, so you're saying when you passed Cloister, was the effect gone after you passed Cloister?
It was this building here that you used as a landmark.
And at that
Yeah,
point,
roughly
he
around.
wasn't getting Paradox anymore, or was that where he got his last bit of Paradox?
That's where it stopped.
And if that is a physical barrier that exists for all of us, then I was meters short of it when I was there.
Oh, sorry, you're in Cloister. You should have.
Damn it!
On that one bit. That one bit. Please roll me 1 dice. You weren't there very long.
Okay.
I got caught up with someone murdering people.
Since last week, I've been like, I'm gonna go to Cloister. We're gonna see if there's paradox. This is gonna be interesting data.
Hackett just really wants to go to the gay club. And honestly, who can blame him?
Damn it, I take one as well.
Roll the 2 dice, see if you get rid of it this morning.
Okay.
My bad, I got caught up with the murder.
That's fair.
You still have 1 paradox.
Oh,
why 3 dice? I would take the first 2.
I rolled
Nothing.
3. Oh, because I did.
It's 1 plus. Yeah, your base amount you always lose 1. So base amount is 1. It's why it's actually an extra 1.
Okay.
But yeah, you have 1 paradox.
All right.
So you would have noticed it when you're in Cloister, but only mildly. You weren't in there that long, so it's probably like when you were leaving.
No, I did notice that it was a very weak effect at Cloister, but it was there. This is a good time to mention actually something else I saw. So I went to Cloister on the first loop. Teresa, you were there, and I decided to go there again just because it was where I went the time before, and just see if anything interesting was going on. The fact that you weren't there means that like it would affect things differently. I was going to see if anything would develop. I detected someone. There was
Sorry.
a living
No,
a living physical being who was completely invisible, moving through the crowd, and everyone was just kind of not bumping into them. That's the point, actually. Did it seem like they were dodging the people moving around, or the people moving around were dodging them?
Mostly the latter.
Yeah, there was a person who was invisible, and it may even be the case that people were unconsciously avoiding them.
There was a person or a presence.
There was an element of physical matter there, invisible but in existence. I think if I'd walked up and poked it, I would have felt some kind of resistance. But I avoided that. I decided to act nonchalant, not let the person realize that I was onto it, just in case that would cause problems. Problem is, if we start to mess with this thing, we could break the loop at a really inopportune time, so I thought best just to let that happen and think about it later, observe it at a later date, well, see if it is there to be observed at a later date.
We went to Twisted Root, nothing happened there. I mark Twisted Root as safe. Mind Evolution, nothing happened this morning, nothing happened last night, I'm assuming.
No, not there.
Yep, I went over there and there was no problem.
Oldfield Heath. Paradox?
I felt
You only
okay.
got about to here, which didn't go particularly deep into Oldfield Heath, but no paradox.
There wasn't anything there, and then I'd point on the map where Hassan disappeared, and the other area that I had started walking towards where I had to roll the one other paradox towards my Airbnb. Then I turned around.
Okay, that would be...
And you said you had a bad day, you walked through. Show me your route.
Oh, is this another moment?
What's happening?
I don't know.
Oh, he's making the thresher marker.
Oh.
That's adorable. No paradox.
Well,
Ow.
Yep. And then back, and then
And then... I was at Oldfield Heath!
I will show my route, but I'm going to swing a little, like I'm going to swing just like a block away from Wallace's house.
Okay.
And
I promise I'm really not trying to catch Thresh in a lie.
and show where I got caught at Alfield. Alfield? How do you say this?
I think it's
Oldfield.
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 If it was, we're not subtle here in England, love. If it was owl, we would use the W.
Oil. Oilfield.
No, now you can tell you're an American if you're saying
Yeah.
oil field. There's no oil here, don't invade.
Like all field.
Alfield. Alfield
Sure.
Heath.
Oldfield
enough.
Heath.
Yeah, close enough.
So poring over the map, Hackett is going to say, well, currently we have sort of 3 clear locations of Paradox. We have the park here. We
Mm-hmm.
have this area here.
Mhm.
We have this one, though we've only got a little bit of information on that one, so probably worth a small bit more testing. 3 points can be used to make a circle, but any 3 points can be used to make a circle. I think what we could try is going west from here towards this area. We mark a point there, and then we can draw a clear circle using those 4 points. That's a good sign that it is a circular effect. That's the most obvious thing that would happen. And then, once we have a circle, we have a center.
Would you like to volunteer to figure out if that's, in fact, a bad area to go to?
It seems like the two of you have had enough of running into paradoxical barriers. I can take this one.
What are you talking about? I'd love to have my wallet nicked again and pretend like it didn't happen.
Well,
I mean, at least you're still here.
True.
Worse
I thought
things
you were
can
dead.
happen when you defy reality like that.
I mean, if it's a time effect, it could just send my mind back. You've got no proof that a death would just equal to disappearance, right?
I'd rather not find out what happens if you die.
Yeah, me neither.
And
Or
I just,
outside the loop, or
again-
death could be outside the loop.
when they say that, I just try, I'm going to keep a straight face and just because I
will
know
say-
I was pretty close to death like a couple times. And I have a
Also,
question.
yeah.
So you're saying that we are the ones affected. That means anybody else, like say I, defending myself today, stabbed Chester. Does that mean Chester's going to still have that arm injury tomorrow?
I could probably check, but likely I wouldn't guess so.
I expect you
Otherwise,
would be fine. Even our own
this
bodies
one's picking
are
up.
reverted with the loop, so I'd expect anyone else's body would
Yeah,
be just
because-
as everything else's.
And that's if our bodies are included at all. Remember, there's no life spell, so it's possible that our minds are just being sent back, not our bodies. Which means not only are the effects not temporary, they never even happened. You know what I mean? So once we're sent back again, you never stabbed Chester.
Great.
Yeah. Your
that's
mind
good
would
to
get
know.
sent back to your body, which would still be there, because when you go back in time, your body's just in a different place. Mine would go back to it.
Still wouldn't
No injury.
advise stabbing anyone. It's going to make your loop a little bit more eventful than you might like. And
Yeah, I
if
wouldn't-
we break the loop at that time, then that's how it stays.
Yeah. There's actually a way we can test if we're being healed or not. I
Well-
don't think so. There's no life in the spell, but a trick like that would return us to the state in which we were, but it wouldn't return everything necessarily. I mean, for example, if I was really starving, if I emptied my stomach, God, I hate Ramadan, but if I emptied my stomach and I was sent back, the life spell might just skip that, wouldn't it? Especially because my mind would be retained, and that's where the mind stores. My body would store the necessary information to say I'm hungry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think. I mean, we are apparently designed to be exceptions, so that may apply, but definitely can't apply with any of the the unenlightened. They're subject to the spell, or they start to notice.
Anyone a cheese and tomato and sprout sandwich?
Anyone who ate too much or too little would slowly get worse every loop.
I take out my sandwich. I put it on the table. Anyone wants that? Feel free. It's rather nice. But I think I've done it for a month. Every year, I can do it again.
I'll sit down and start eating it.
I think as it is, we return to the start of our loops as fed as we were the first time.
I mean, no harm in testing it. I'll just get rather cranky.
I'm really hungry as well. So thank you. I'm just like
No problem.
shoving the sandwich.
The side of
My
her
mouth.
face is very blue and bruised now.
You said that you were good with life sciences, right? You could. I mean, people are going to stop her.
I'm
I'm just still on my fell on my face. It'll be fine.
I can see what I can do to patch it up, but it does seem like you said, you got injured in the previous loop. When you came back, it was fine, right?
Yes, I don't recommend bleeding from your nose and your eyes at the same time. If you can avoid it, I would highly recommend it. And I'll touch the side of my face. I'm
Very
sure it's tender. I could
Also-
put some makeup on it.
I mean, at least
I'm doing
next
things today,
loop,
mate.
at least next loop you'll be okay. Should just go away.
Okay. Still think you should heal her, but this is what I got. One, I need to go talk to Avery. You said you found it where? Point it on the map.
I'll point out the location. It's just outside Afterglow, right?
I go to my phone. I put a map pin on Google Maps. Probably gonna be gone by tomorrow, but you need to go to Cloister because you're the only one who can test out. Or I could probably go to Cloister myself. You wanted to test out the western edge.
Yeah, I mean, I can head over there at any time.
All right. Teresa, where do you want to go?
I'm like eating the sandwich and just like probably have some sprouts hanging out the side of my mouth. And I'll look at my phone and look at the map. What time is it now?
Getting to midday. You've had a long journey back and forth and then had a discussion.
I could go to Allfield Heath, and wait for the great stone from the sky to fall.
What time do you think you saw those lights? Because we should all probably make sure to be looking up when that happens.
I had just put the food in the microwave. Would I have seen the time?
He would definitely have not set the timer on the microwave. But it was
damn it.
somewhere in the region of, I can give you a ballpark, and that's about
Okay.
it. It was somewhere after 10.
I don't remember the exact time. I was a little distracted, but I think it was around 10. Kind of
Dr.
caught my eye, if you will.
I respect you a lot, and I respect women. And look, I'm sorry, you got beaten up and taken captive. You really shouldn't be going to Oldfield Heath alone.
I think when the time comes to around 10 o'clock, we should all be in the vicinity and looking out for that.
Sounds.
Well, what if I just go around and do a little poking? See if there's anything there now. I've walked
Earlier in the
over
day,
there.
it should be fine to look. By the sounds of what you described, there was nothing there, and then some sort of meteor landed, and a bunch of people showed up to collect it.
Yes, I mean, if I'm putting to it was like one of those silly sci-fi movies.
Right.
That's technocracy all over there. They like their pomp and circumstance.
Everyone
I'm
have
gonna
the.
point. I was going to quickly point to my house. So can I not go there? Or do we not know yet?
I mean, the fact that you encountered Paradox when you tried to get close, it's a bad sign. You may not be able to reach it.
Okay, then maybe I'll go to the commercial estate and I will buy some sensible sneakers and maybe a different pair of pants to go check out the swamp.
I love the fact that every loop you have to go clothes shopping now.
Every time.
The first time round, before we realized there was a loop, perhaps before a loop existed, did you go there safely at the end of the day?
I haven't. So the day that we're living over and over, I just went home after we went to Cloister. But in the past, I've visited the Heath, and it's been fine.
But I mean, your Airbnb after Cloister, you went there safely, and that was all fine.
Yes, I went home and I changed into my pajamas and I sat on my bed and then I woke up in the office.
And only once it looped, were you not able to travel there?
Mate, I went to Camden.
Ah.
I live downtown.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, based on what I'm hearing about this taxi ride of yours, I think you're not going to be able to go back there either.
Okay. Let's call that loop 0. The loop in which no loop happened. Loop 0, we all went to places, with the exception of you, Hackett, that we can't go back to. Loop 1, those places were locked off to us. Loop 2, they may be locked off to us again, we haven't tested. Why not try swinging back by Airbnb? If you feel off, don't go any further. Don't push. Just test.
It is worth testing whether the region has changed this time round.
Yeah.
Could be that it's shrinking over time. It is a possibility.
Everyone have the Telegraph app?
I look at my phone. I can download it?
I'm sure I'll find it. I mean, we might have to re-download it every day, but we'll probably be able to do that, okay?
Probably better than text. I write my number on a piece of paper. I'm going to go see Avery. Text me through Telegraph when you get the chance. Keep in touch as best as we can. If none of us meet before the next loop, though we should be meeting at Oldfield Heath, we'll meet back up here the next day. Moment that we
That works
snap.
excellently for me.
Okay.
You woke up.
Download the apps.
Mate, did you just wake up in bed?
That's not fair.
Oh,
I'm just
was
going
it
to throw
when we
that
tried
out
to
there.
I was up and I just opened the fridge and then
Every time mine starts, I am talking to Chester.
I'm literally getting shoved in my wallet. Bully for you two, honestly.
Well, I'd have to still get dressed every day. I don't know. It's pros and cons.
Oh, yes, and when you alter the universe, it's nice to have a nice suit on.
Yeah, you can at least change clothes.
I suppose
I have to
it
go-
means it's easier for me to choose what I'm wearing in a day.
I'm going to go buy myself some sneakers, and just message me if you need anything. And I grab my bag and put my phone in my purse and start heading
I walk right out with Thresher.
out the door.
And with that, as Hackett debates his wardrobe choice for the day,
He
gonna
did
close
get
this
dressed
episode.
already, but he can pick different.
he can
ones each time.
change.
He can. He
Yeah.
can. I go for a
So-
different waistcoat next episode.
Good morning, Paradox, as our mages head out for their third day in Loop 2. We're going to call it there. Going back to our announcements, MC name submissions, Ascension Tower Floor, and the Mage map and guide are now out on our Patreon. Our Patreon changes went through, which include a load of stuff, which is detailed on our Patreon. We're sponsored by Roll20. That allows us to do the cool things with the interesting sheets that I made, especially for the show, and they're also available free, but Roll20 allows us to do the stuff and allows us to make these cool maps with the cool dice logs and all the crazy stuff. So thank you very much to them. We have a giveaway associated with them. Thanks for them giving us stuff to give away. If you want to go check out our Twitter. So thank you to them. And Ascension MP3 and After Show are now out for our game on Thursday, which is Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. Right, that was said and done. We'll go through people very quick because we went a little bit over here. I was like, I can't stop you mid-conversation. You're gonna go out? Nope. You're gonna go out? Nope. You're gonna go out? Nope.
Only
let's
when you
start
said,
with the
and
person who
with that,
doesn't-
did I look and go, holy crap, it's half past.
Yeah. With that, we're gonna go through people very fast. Let's go with the one person who doesn't need to go out ever. Bentham! Who are you, what do you do, and where can we find you? Otherwise known as Mangled Root.
I did like that little reference. Yeah, Bentham. I'm known in places for dumb reasons as Manglepork. And I play games. Recently been doing, we did some Carrot Command for a bit and other stuff. And I just tried Starbase. Everyone kept telling me to play it. It's a lot, but we'll probably give it another go. I want to try and build a board cube, see if that's a thing that I can make happen.
Board Cube, otherwise
What?
known as a boob. Wait.
That's the best.
No.
Oh dear, that's the best thing to do in like all spaceship building games is make a board cube.
Yeah.
Everybody go watch Bentham do that. Because that's
Watch
like my
Bentham
favorite thing
make
I've heard
the
all day.
boob.
Yeah, it's great. No one knows where to shoot because it's just a cube and the bits
Mhm.
like the internals could be anywhere. That's the trick. That's how you get them. So yeah,
I love the board.
Keep an eye out for me doing that.
We are the boob. Resistance is futile.
Stop. Just stop.
I'm never gonna stop. It's too good.
Uh,
Anyway, speaking of never stopping, how about our prolific serial killer, Katie Peters plays? Who are you, Katie?
Dr. Teresa Thresher is the serial killer. I'd like to make
Sure,
that
sure.
Hi, I'm Katie Peters Plays. I played Dr. Teresa
that's
Thresher
way too much
today.
power.
Got a little bit murdery. What can I say? And keeping a lot of secrets from people that probably need to know some of that stuff. So I'm excited to see how the next loop's gonna go. And yeah, I'm gonna be laying awake this week for sure, thinking about all the scenarios and theories of what's going on here. But I'm glad all of us are together now, and hopefully now we can piece together what the heck is happening. Until then, though, catch me on my stream at Katie Peters Plays on Twitter at PlayKatiePlay. And yeah, I'm just gonna eat my feelings later today, I think.
Okay. And speaking of someone who isn't eating right now, Hassan, how about Werewolf? Werewolf, who are you? What are you doing when we find you?
Ramadan in October, everybody. Hi, my name is Newton Ali. Yes, you can call me Werewolf. My pronouns are he, him. You can catch me on the line on all the things other than... No, actually, I do have a TikTok account. I just never use it. Werewolf Feels, that is 2 Fs, 2 Es, a whole lot of me. Right now on my Twitch channel, we are ramping up to affiliate because usually I stream on other people's channels, and somehow I decided to do my own now. Yay.
Yeah, that's way too much power.
We're playing Vampire the Masquerade Night Road, although I'm going to start playing Deus Ex soon enough, and I show up on other people's channels more often than my own because I'm also a tabletop writer. You can find my work all over the place. If you go for Jiangxia or the Southlands book from Cobalt Press, you can find my handwriting somewhere inside of it, or editing other parts of it. The biggest announcement was Into the Motherlands. I'm writing for that RPG. I'm also writing for DMS Academy coming out in January. Basically, I do a lot of stuff. Oh, and I wrote for EE recently. That too.
Yeah, the team got a little bit of an expansion. I was like, they are bare bones at the moment, but I can add more later. And you were like, oh, I can write a lot for them. I was like, great. Also, another one as well. So
funny, yeah.
Next time I push out another update, it'll have that. I'm Elysium, 5 Twitch TV /Elysium. Playing games and stuff. Recently I was playing Sprocket, which is a tank building simulator out recently. It's very early beta, but we were trying to make tanks. We made a tank that worked before the stream, and then I tried to make another tank in the early Second World War, and I tried to make it just a giant block of armor and gun and max weight. It turns out that the engines of the early war period aren't strong enough to move that. Well, they are, I just can't go uphill or even up a mild incline. So I might need to go back to the drawing board, but I'm streaming that next week because it's really good. Right.
Make them like a board cube.
No, shells deflect off sloped armor. I'm
But
sorry,
they don't
board
know
cubes
where
are
to
great.
shoot because it's just a cube.
Oh, good lord.
He
It
makes an
works.
excellent point.
It works in space, but when you have a gun that requires sloped armor to bounce, if you put a flat, it'll just hit, penetrate, and go straight through, and everything explodes.
Oh, you need to do the Borg diamond.
Yeah, and then you like turn yourself diamond on, you serpentine. But I can't do that because it goes.
You'd also have to make sure the diamond can move without having a lot of never mind.
You can't do a Borg
Anyway.
diamond on land, yeah.
The land diamond. Right, okay, we're gonna go do an after show. It'll have to be a quick one because we are a little bit over. Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you very much for being an amazing group and cast and everything, and you're all awesome, and we'll catch you next week for more.
Anyway,
Where are you going, you wanker?
about it. What do you think?
What's that?
Mage!
Mage.
Mage.
Goodbye.
Bye.